will happen is my video will actually show.
Actually, before any of that happens, I just want to ask you one question in case I do it accidentally.
Well, we are live.
Okay. Okay. So, is it all right if I use the divine name? Is that cool?
You can say whatever you like.
Okay.
I am not going to limit you in that
Okay.
way.
Okay.
Let me. I'm just trying to make sure that you can. Oh, there it is. Okay. So,
yeah.
Let's see.
I see your lobster squid. That's what I see. Your lobster hydra. Okay, now I can see you.
Okay. Okay. So this should be working. Let me just check on YouTube and see that this is working, and then we can start talking.
Yep, no problem.
And let me get my drink. I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
Looks like we are live. Okay.
Awesome.
So, I can see you. You can see me. Shalom. I was contacted by David, who was on CRISPR Cow's channel, and he wanted to have a little discussion. And I thought, sure, let's go ahead. And thought it might be good to do it as a live stream if anybody ends up watching. I don't know if anybody will, but you can interact with the live stream, and yeah, we're good to go. So David, introduce yourself and what you would like to talk about.
Awesome. Okay, so my name is David Buzatil. I'm a Canadian. I work at day. I don't. Yeah, I've never been asked to really introduce myself, so I don't even know what things to emphasize. But I'm a Canadian. I went to Bible college back in the day, but I always stood out as very, very strange because what I cared about didn't seem to be what anyone else cared about. And mainly it was messy. Like, I became a Christian and very quickly got into Messianic Christianity. Not Jews for Jesus. The people who got me into it were all Gentiles.
Right.
Which is a very odd group.
Do you consider yourself a Messianic Gentile? Do you consider yourself part of Israel?
Oh, that's a... wow. I don't know. It's one of those things that having been in synagogue myself, non-Messianic, just regular synagogue, that's one of the questions that, from what I understand, there's no good answer, which is, what is a Jew? What is Israel?
I would beg to differ, but I know that within Messianic circles, this is actually one of the big questions, is dual covenant or single covenant Messianic. Well, I would call it Christianity, but they would call it Judaism.
Right. Well, and the other thing for me was that I felt, and this will probably make you like me a little bit more, I really didn't like Messianic church for a variety of reasons. I felt that there was a lot of craziness within it as well. So
like what?
You get a lot of end times kind of people. You get it's a weird kind of mishmash. Some of it I also felt was like a tokenism. Like, I'm not Jewish. I don't identify as Jewish. So when I talk about myself, I sometimes jokingly say I'm a Messianic Mennonite or something like that.
Are you from a Mennonite background?
No,
Oh,
no,
okay.
I'm from a Catholic background, but
Oh,
then I
wow.
converted. Yeah, I think Catholicism is paganism. I mean,
So, what
yeah,
did you
cat's out of the
exactly
bag.
convert to? The Bible college you went to, is it affiliated with a denomination or?
Well, so that's okay. We're gonna get bogged down by a lot of that conversation. Is I grew up as an atheist Catholic,
Okay.
which um, it's an interesting topic because if you don't understand it, it's like people understand it oftentimes through Judaism because the largest group of Jews are secular Jews,
Right.
right? And I grew up that kind of Catholic where we were practicing though. We did everything. We just didn't believe any of it. It was
You
very important.
right, not serious. Right. Which is basically what I would say conservative Judaism is. People who
Right.
are like, "Oh, this is
Yeah.
a beautiful ritual and community which
Mhm.
we want to be a part of, but we don't actually believe in God."
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, I even had some of those conversations with my dad where it was like, um, he believes that religion is necessary to stop us from murdering each other. So this is the nice thing that we do so that we don't get divorced and kill each other. That's
Right.
like kind of what I grew up with as my background. So but we were involved. Like I was an altar server. You walk through the motions, you do all this stuff. And also because I'm Maltese, I grew up old school Catholic,
Do you
where
speak Maltese?
I can swear. That's basically it.
Okay,
Do you
because
do you know the language?
I just found out it's a Semitic language, and it's the first time
Yes.
I've discovered a Semitic language I was not aware was a Semitic
Yes.
language. I was just reading about I'm reading a book about linguistics. I've started reading a lot more about linguistics because of this channel. Um, but
Yeah.
so that's really interesting. But yeah, I guess. So, did you have a born again experience, or?
Yeah. So I start in first year university.
Mhm.
I get invited to a church by someone that I met in grade 10, but re-met in first year university. And they were quite born again, going to Christian Missionary Alliance Church. And they invited me. Like we just started getting into conversations and I started attending. And I think at that time I would say I was some kind of a believing Catholic, not an actual, like I didn't believe in Catholic. Uh, what the Catholic said was what God was like, but I believed in God.
Okay.
Um, though anything I heard, I was like, yeah, that sounds good. I don't like this. I don't like that.
Hmm.
Which is what North American Catholics are like,
And what
right?
changed?
So I started attending this church, but then what really changed is I read the Gospel of Matthew in a week. Someone challenged me to do that, and by the end of it, I finished the Gospel of Matthew. I was in Catholic church that Sunday, and the whole time I'm in church, I'm just thinking, shouldn't say that. We shouldn't do that. That is not right.
Okay.
And Matthew's Gospel is where he says, do not call anyone father but your Father in heaven,
Okay.
where that business goes. So if you're in Catholic church and you have Matthew playing through in your head
Right.
and the religious leaders and everything else, by the time church was over, I turned to my parents and I said, well, I'm not Catholic anymore.
Okay.
Um, and
Now,
then
did
because I was
yeah.
trying to figure out what I believed, I didn't want to just swallow whatever was given me.
Okay.
So I went to as many churches as I could that first year that I became a Christian.
Okay.
So I was in a week when I was full. Thursday night I was at my Alliance church. Friday night I went to a Pentecostal church, got my jump on.
Okay.
Saturday morning I would go to Messianic, and then I was dating a girl who was Presbyterian. So
Okay.
I would sometimes go to four different churches in a week, because I just wanted to know everything that I possibly could, see all the different perspectives. And so I form my theological beliefs rather independently of one denomination.
Okay.
And the thing and then I leave after a year and have not been back to Windsor. So all those churches I had connection with, I'm not connected with pretty much at all anymore.
So let's jump forward.
Mhm.
Now, how would you describe your beliefs? Like, do you go to church right now,
Yeah.
or?
Yeah, so because of COVID, lockdowns are
Oh,
a
right.
little bit,
Yeah.
worse over here. Um, I've gone to
Where
different
is
kinds
here,
of
by the
churches.
way?
Oh, just west of Toronto,
Oh,
little
okay.
town called Georgetown.
Oh, you're in
Actually,
Kanakistan. I see.
yes, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So I'm kind of in a bit of a stuck position, but I have a group of friends that we're doing Bible study with.
Okay.
And I am mostly worshiping through one-on-one interactions, less organized, disorganized religion, if you will.
So you
And
didn't like get baptized again or anything like that?
I did,
Oh, you did.
but that was within the year that I was in Windsor as a Christian, like the year. And then when I would come back to Windsor, because stuff was, I was like helping run a children's program. I would Sunday morning we were running a program for the kids, so I wasn't going to service. So I knew of a Reform synagogue that was not too far from me. And I started attending Friday night and Saturday morning service. So I was doing that because I felt the Messianic group was a bit crazy and I didn't want to hear it from them. I wanted it more directly from a more Jewish source. Because as I know, United, I know they're, sometimes
Look,
called the United Church of Judaism.
yeah, what a lot of people don't realize is actually that the Reform movement named itself after the Protestant Reformation.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's why they're called Reform.
Yes.
And they won't admit it, but they did.
And while sitting in there, so my rabbi, he was upfront about it.
Okay.
He said, like, look, we Jews heard some of the music and said, why not? But like we like some of that, and so mine had a stained glass window. So it was, it was a stained glass window of the burning bush, but it still was. But the idea was I wanted to, in any way, I wanted to experience something less from Gentiles.
Okay.
So to whatever extent that was there. Yeah.
Let's define some ideas here. So
right.
when so I assume you believe in a Bible.
Yes.
How would you describe that Bible? Does it include the 66 books of the Protestant Bible, or I guess the 80 books of the Catholic Bible, or like?
No, so for me it would be that I believe in the New Testament and the Jewish scriptures.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So not the Apocrypha, not Maccabees, not.
No, I mean I've given them a read.
Okay.
They're pretty good. No Bible, but they're pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what's your attitude towards the oral law, like the Mishnah and things like that?
Yeah. So where it kind of picks up is that the idea that the Messianics really put in my head was this idea of, it says that if you are at all joining to the God of Israel, that you're supposed to be celebrating Passover, and that you're like that. There's I felt I saw myself when you quoted the passage that says a man grabs a Jew and says, like, take me with you. How do I do this? What am I supposed to do?
Okay.
Right. And in my mind, I try to. I think that there ought to be some kind of a consistency between the covenants.
Okay.
And that the ideas that are building are Jewish ideas. Okay. When I go through Bible college, I did all of my courses in Old Testament.
Okay.
Because in my mind, any idea in the New Testament ought to have a foundation in the Old Testament to try to explain what it's getting at.
But you're still a Trinitarian, right?
I am, yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So, I mean, that's part
Okay.
of the whole conversation for us to have. But, yeah, I hope not just as a kind of a tokenism. I go through as much Jewish tradition as I possibly can, trying to understand.
So let me ask you: do you think Jesus wore phylacteries and tzitzit, for example?
Yes. Yeah, I would say he did. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that's even. I think that's what that passage is about, where it says a woman grabs the hem of his garment.
Right. Yeah. So
and
the Greek word there is krispidin, and that is actually the Aramaic loan word for tzitzit. So that's how you say it say tzitzit. But there are different. I mean, so I have my views. Different people. I wasn't so because. Are you aware of Nehemiah Goldberg and that whole Karaite thing?
Yes. I was going to ask you what your thoughts were on Karaite Jews as well. Yeah, I know they're.
So I mean, I'll be 100% clear. Nehemiah Goldberg, I think, is a charlatan.
Right.
Unfortunately, there are quite a number of Jews, and this pains me greatly, who feel an opportunity to take advantage of the philo-Semitism, especially within Protestant Christianity.
Right.
And there are quite a few people that I feel are putting on a show because it makes them rich. And I would say Nehemiah Goldberg is one of those people.
I would say that, like, having listened to some of Nehemiah's stuff, that I don't find him to be like some of his material. I'm like, okay, that's interesting, but I feel like I have to look everything up to see how he's repurposing certain material.
Yeah, I mean, he's so it's funny. It's One People Ministry, I think. I keep on forgetting their name. I know it's not Chosen People Ministry, but there's a few ministries, but there's one of them, the one that does the Forbidden Chapter video, right? The Isaiah 53, the Forbidden Chapter.
I think that's one for Israel.
Yeah, so they particularly, I mean, as a Jew listening to their material, it's very obvious they're not actually trying to convince anybody. They're just trying to raise money from Gentiles. From
Zionist evangelicals. That's basically. There's a lot of money. There's a lot of money.
There's a lot of money. Look, there are even Orthodox Jewish organizations. I would say the Temple Institute falls into this. That they exist because evangelicals fund them.
Right.
And it's not like I'm saying they're not Orthodox Jewish. They are. It's just they exist because of the funding of evangelicals. So
yes, and what I would say is, so this is the difficulty of pursuing a lot of this information, is I really do not subscribe to any particular denomination. And so if I hear an argument and I think it's good, I'll go, okay. And I mean, so for me, for instance, I don't think that because we can't find that snail anymore, tzitzit shouldn't have blue in them.
Okay.
It seems to me like that the blue thread is important in what tzitzit are, and if they're going to be on a talit, they should probably have the blue on it.
Okay. I mean, we can get into whatever you would like to get into, and I'm willing to have that discussion if you want.
Right. Well, I would like to, if at all possible, I'd like to stick to some of the conversations that I saw in the past.
Okay.
I mean, we can get into it. it's just what I mean by all this, to answer what you were previously saying, is I I don't know if I would say I believe in the inspiration of all of the way that a guy at a rabbinic bookstore said it to me was, if you believe all of the midrash, you're a fool. If you believe none of it, you're a bigger fool. He quoted that as an orthodox rabbinic expression about midrash.
I mean, yes and no.
Yeah.
The midrash is clearly allegorical. It's clearly
Yes.
allegorical.
Yes.
And I think part of the problem, so I mean, if you've watched my videos, you've seen what I say. 1 equals 3 means you end up with 2 plus 2 equals 5. And so I think part of the corruption of the Trinity has been the deliberate not understanding of the difference between a midrash, right? So within Judaism,
Right.
Pardes, right? Peshat, Remez, Drash, Sod, we keep those separate. We are very clear that we keep those separate. And in Christianity, one of the perversions of the Trinity, and frankly, I mean, this is the most important thing for me because I believe that the unity of God is the most important thing. One of that is the deliberate mixing of drash with pshat. Pshat meaning simple surface level meaning. And
well, and I'm agreeing with a lot of what you're saying. I think the other issue is, as the other people that I've seen engage you in these ideas, they've been introduced to them as an argument for the Trinity, and they haven't gone any further than that. And so when I've heard people bring up, for instance, the Memra, they didn't know what the Memra was. They didn't know how Memra was used. And when things would be brought up, it would be, I think that they didn't understand it. It was an argument point where they thought, if I say this, I was told by Michael Brown, that then you would be like, oh, you have struck me to the heart, and I do not know how to respond to this.
Right. So this is also part of it. I mean, we discussed this a little bit on my on email. The thing is, when you don't have a personal, and this is why my channel is about teaching Hebrew, is when you don't actually know Hebrew yourself, you will go find one of the scholars like Michael Heiser, who makes arguments about Hebrew that fit, and you're like, well, he is a scholar, and you can do that a lot more easily than, when people do learn Hebrew. I think, that I do not think that it's a coincidence that Christians who learn Hebrew tend to move away from the Trinity.
Okay, in the way that they talk. Okay, yeah. No, and I feel rather uncomfortable the way that a lot of Christians speak of the Trinity, and I found myself agreeing with a lot of what you were saying about it. Namely,
well, I mean,
in whatever understanding we have, I feel this way about theology in general. I greatly dislike that if one verse was not existing, that there would be entire schools of theology which are gone. I don't like one verse, and I don't like one book. I don't like if something is a foundational belief, it better be in there. And I don't know if you would agree with this. I would agree with an idea of Torah is foundation, and then the writings are built on that foundation. And the prophets are built on that foundation, and then the writings are on top of that.
What I would say is Nevi'im and Ketuvim, the prophets and the writings, are explication of the Torah.
Right.
But the Torah, I mean, if somebody were to ask me what is my canon is the 5 books of Moses. Though that is my canon, right? And the rest of the 19 other books of Tanakh are part of that canon because they are extensions of it and are upon that foundation. Yes. So
Yeah, I would completely agree. And then the part where we would probably part ways is that I would kind of divide the New Testament in that way as well. So I would, I kind of think of, let's see how this goes. I would kind of see Gospels as foundational and the works of Paul being like rabbinic commentary. That's what I treat them like. I treat the words of Jesus as more foundational than Paul, and I find a lot of Christians are basically obsessed with Paul. Mm-hmm. Then they have some interest in this Jesus in one of the Gospels, and then they've never read the Old Testament, and maybe they read Genesis. Maybe right. Genesis and half of Exodus.
Well, I mean, and when you actually get into Christian theology, and this was one of the surprising things for me, the people who do have a systematic theology will say Jesus was not preaching to the church when he was alive.
Right. Yeah, and so a lot of the things that he was saying, I think, made considerably more sense if you were deeply grounded in Tanakh. Like that made everything make a lot more sense as far as what he was getting at. And I would even say that a lot of Christians don't know when he's not quoting. An example is he would criticize some of the traditions of the elders, and people would think that was a refutation of the Old Testament, when it's just like, that's not even in there. Like what
there are parts of that, but there's also the opposite. I think a lot of times Christians don't realize how deeply rabbinic Jesus was.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, I mean, you're preaching to the choir there. Yeah.
Well, so what I wanted to do is get into, if you feel like you understand what my foundations are, a little bit better, that then we can get into some of the conversations that I saw you having before, but felt it could have gone a little bit deeper, because I felt that the people you were speaking with couldn't go the extra mile. I really don't mean for this to be insulting at all. It's just, as you're describing things, it's, yeah.
I don't think, I mean, especially when, for example, if you're talking about the discussion I had with Sam on his channel, one of the reasons Sam and I are good friends is he does realize that I have an education in Judaism that is probably beyond what he would even bother to get if he had the time to get it.
Right. No, yeah. for sure. So there's a couple of things which are, I think we should get to Messiah ben Yosef at the end, because that is also something that I wonder about, just your opinions on what it looks like, because I've done some study on it, and then a lot of it just in Genesis of looking at some parallels. But the first thing that kind of came to mind was, you guys had this long conversation, part of your conversation was on Son of Man, and you were talking about how that would be understood and the difficulty in that conversation. And that's a perfect example of an inch away for me of a more interesting conversation, which is that Son of Man is not the divine title, which I think you are completely right on. That Son of Man is not a divine title, because in Daniel, there's, for those who don't know the area, Daniel has a vision and he sees the Ancient of Days on a throne, and that there's a second throne, and that throne, on it sits one like a Son of Man. And there's been a lot of conversation about this. Heiser's the two powers in heaven and all this business.
So do you believe that the theophanies, so was the burning bush Jesus? Was that God the Son, God the Father, God the Holy Spirit?
Yeah, so let's see. Let me get through this, and let me see if this makes sense to you. Is that the more interesting thing is not that he looks like a son of man, that he looks like a human one. It's that he rides on the cloud, because the son of man material is up for debate how that is used. But the
Okay.
cloud rider, because the son of man becomes the cloud rider, the cloud rider is divine. And the cloud rider, depending on how you want to translate it, in particular, if you include the pillar of cloud, you have over 70 references in the Tanakh to God riding, to Hashem being the cloud rider. And that there's, if you have 70 references, if you're being generous. If you're not being generous, you don't have a single one where it is not a divine figure, where it's not Yahweh.
Well, this sounds a
who rides
lot
on them.
like Michael Heiser's argument.
So I've gone through some of Heiser, but I'm mostly getting it from Daniel Boyarin, who's a Talmudic scholar. Do you know his work?
Yes. So he is Jewish. He's Orthodox in a very similar manner as I am, meaning he's not really Orthodox.
Right.
But yeah, he's a very well-known scholar. I believe at UC Berkeley. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And he is a little bit of a shit disturber. He does like to. He
has interesting ideas. He has interesting
Right.
ideas.
Yes.
I don't think. I mean, it's weird when you realize how varied Orthodox Judaism is.
Right.
We wouldn't kick him out of the synagogue, and in fact, I'm pretty sure he does go to synagogue at Chabad, but
Right.
At the same time, his views are certainly not mainstream Judaism.
Right.
So yeah, but so just to get things a little bit more cleared, when you say
Right.
divine, what do you mean by divine?
So this is where it becomes even more interesting, is that some of those references are directly to Hashem, or to Yahweh. In like Psalm 104, verse 3, it says, he lays beams for his chambers of the waters. He makes the clouds his chariot. He rides on the wings of the wind. In Isaiah 19, it says, behold, Yahweh is riding on a swift cloud. He comes to Egypt. So it's specifically the divine name is put to the character that rides on the cloud. And then on top of that, this is now, Heiser has done some of this, is the Baal cycle. We now know that we've come across other non-Judaic perspectives, and the cloud rider is a title for gods. And a lot of people now believe that the use of referring to Yahweh as the cloud rider is actually an attack on Baal.
Right.
That if
So-
you think Baal is the cloud rider, it is actually Yahweh. Yahweh is the cloud rider.
I mean, I'm just trying to get, where do you divide? So is everything that's divine God, or are there things that are divine that are not God?
Yeah, there are things. So this is exactly like, there is only one Elohim. There is only one Elohim who is Hashem, but there are multiple Elohim. So sometimes the angelic forces are called Elohim. Sometimes the disembodied spirit of a man is an Elohim.
Do you believe human beings are ever called Elohim?
They can be. They can be called
beings
Elohim.
can be. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So an example of that is when the spirit of Samuel is brought up by the witch of Endor.
Well, so Michael Heiser's argument is that particular one is only a disembodied spirit. I'm talking more specifically the two ceremonies. One of them is if I am holding a package for somebody else, I'm guarding it,
Right.
and then it gets lost. I have to come and swear, and it says in front of the Elohim, and that's usually
Right, right,
translated as judges. And
right.
so there, who are those Elohim talking about when it says, "You shall come to the Elohim and swear"?
Right. That by swearing in front of the human representative, you're actually swearing to God.
Okay.
Right. That's the argument that you're making?
Well, I'm not making an
I,
argument. I'm wondering how you read that passage.
yeah. So think I think that a lot of these conversations are a lot more complicated, and that definitely, without a doubt, human beings are referred to in several places as Elohim,
Okay.
and that angelic beings are referred to as Elohim.
Okay.
There seems to me that there is a distinction, though, between one of the Elohim, one of the Ben Elohim, one of the, Heiser's language, divine council, one of the divine council, the Melech Adonai, which seems to be. Have you come across Benjamin Summers' work?
Only slightly. Dominic mentioned him once.
Okay, yeah, he's very interesting. He has a 6-hour thing called "On the Bodies of God," but he also does a conversation about ancient Israel's perspective of other gods.
Right. So, I mean, to put my cards on the table, I believe that God himself, right, when we're talking about actual God, not just divinity,
Right.
God is ase. That's the philosophical term for it,
Right.
being that, and monarchical Trinitarians will say only the Father God is true God,
Right.
that he is ase, and they, depending on your position on the filioque, that the Son, they also agree that only the Father is ase. So that's my definition of when we're actually talking about God, we're talking about something that is ase.
Okay, so first off, I would use the term echad to speak of God. That because there's this is what Daniel Barim gets into, is that when he's looking at he's mostly a Talmudic scholar, it says that no less than Rabbi Akiva believed that the Son of Man, that the Cloud Rider, was an embodiment of the Shekinah and was the Vida Melech. Mm-hmm. And his idea was that now it's in the Talmud, so there's conversation back and forth about what that means and whether or not that's heresy and all that business. But from his perspective, to put that in the mouth specifically of Rabbi Akiva puts this conversation that we're having, that there's two, but they're one. And even in that conversation, there's one throne, but then sometimes there's two thrones.
So,
and that there's...
Let me clarify this a little bit, I hope. So, Christians, Trinitarians like to use the word person. And
yes.
Unfortunately, most people have no idea what they mean by person.
They say person, yeah, no idea.
And it's certainly not our current English understanding of the word person. So one of the things, and Father DeYoung actually, I think, falls into this a lot, is that the argument becomes, so Judaism believed in a multi-personal God, using that word person.
Right.
And there's, in my opinion, two problems with this, which is, first of all, it's if you use that definition of person, it is totally true that Judaism believes in a multi-personal God. And that's why people will say that Kabbalism has 10 gods, right? the problem is that I think it is a fundamental mistake to say that a person of God is God. And the way I illustrate this is by the person idea, right? The burning bush was, in fact, a person of God.
Right.
And if you threw water on the burning bush, I would never say you killed God,
Right.
Whereas a Trinitarian will say when you killed Jesus as a person of God, you killed God. That's deicide, right? And
Right.
I think that's fundamentally just completely untrue. So, first of all, I would say that saying that the persons of God are also God
Right.
is just a plain mistake. And part of that mistake we were talking about before of taking the simple meaning as opposed to a more nuanced midrashic, so that's the first thing.
Right.
Second thing is, yes, Judaism believes in a multi-personal God, but we don't believe in three canonical persons, whereas
Right.
Christianity believes in three canonical persons, and they believe those persons are God, which is what makes them polytheistic.
Right. And I think that when having the conversation about it, very similar to what you were saying before, I think that if you said right from the get-go in Genesis, God appears to be a God who can be embodied, that he can take on flesh, human form.
Well, no. See,
That's
so that's the thing between a person and God actually being incarnate. And this is
right.
part of what I think becomes a real problem with the incarnation
Right.
is that a person of God isn't God. That should be clear. When you extinguish the burning bush, or when any of the things which represent God, and this actually
Right.
gets into what I thought you somewhere. I mean, so even the Shem Havaya, right? That name, the Yud K Vav K,
Yeah.
or Echad, those are in fact persons, I would say, because God is ineffable and infinite, and that's part of the reason why God is ineffable, right? This understanding of God being put into a finite container is idolatry and completely unacceptable to Judaism.
Yeah. So what I'm wondering about that is, as I'm going through Genesis, looking at this as a possibility, seeing the one like a son of man who rides on the clouds, which is something that only God can do.
Let's stick to Genesis 1.
Okay.
Adam was made
So
in God's image.
right. So that is that. It's, as I've been going through that, I now go into Genesis, and now I just go, okay, is it like if God, you said the bush? So imagine if at the very beginning we're told that God creates bushes in his image, and he keeps on appearing as a bush. Then later on, the idea that he might fully become a bush doesn't seem rather ridiculous.
See, that's the
Because
problem. No, see, that's the problem. God fully becoming a person is idolatry.
why is it idolatry?
Because you are turning the infinite God into something finite. That is the definition of idolatry.
Yeah, so I think I do. I've been thinking about this as well. That they named the golden calf Yahweh, right? And there's a lot of conversation about how Moloch is probably just a version of Melech, like Melech Ha'olam. that Baal just means Lord. I do think that without a doubt we can turn, and like I said, I grew up Catholic, and I do think that we used crosses as idols. I do think that's how we used them. We felt that they could protect us. And
part of what pains me as someone who has come to actually respect Jesus is I think he has been turned into an idol.
Would you say that from your reading of the text that he could be an emanation of
I would
God
say
directly?
That what he was actually teaching is what most people do not know is Orthodox Judaism, which is that a human being, any human being, including you,
Right.
when you do God's will, you become the image of God, right?
Right.
This is Genesis 1. This is
Right.
So when Moses was representing, and I think that word represent, right? Or David or any of the seven shepherds, obviously, because we very much believe, right? So I have no problem believing you are the Son of God, because if he said to them who received the word of God but did not enact it, right?
Right.
That you are B'nai Elohim, right?
Right.
Then, so the problem becomes with this theology, which I believe came after Jesus, of turning Jesus into the only begotten Son. And once you raise Jesus to a place where he's no longer among humans, and this is why I believe that the virgin birth is actually something that was made up later, is because this concept of if Jesus is born of a virgin, he stops actually being a human. So again, you can't have somebody be 100% God, 100% man. That's 200%. That doesn't work, right?
Right. Well, and so this is what I'm wondering, though, is that I believe that Benjamin Sommer's work gets into some of this as well, that there's a lot, I don't think he does it directly, that Genesis 1 looks a lot like temple dedication services, like of Marduk, where over the course of a week, you create an idol, you put it into a temple. Those temples usually look like gardens. And then you call the spirit of the god to open the mouth of the idol. Right. That it enters in. And then for me to desecrate that idol is to desecrate that god themselves. And to give an offering to that idol is to give an offering to Marduk or whoever directly, right?
Right. And I would say that the genius of the Hebrew God is that our God is ineffable. That our God is not contained in any of his representations. Because God is God. That is the definition of the Hebrew God. Is to be ineffable.
So Sommer's view is that comes in because of Moses Maimonides, and that Maimonides is reacting to several different strands that this perspective that God can't have a body and all these other things that he couldn't do something comes out of Maimonides more than anything else.
I think that's ridiculous. I mean, if you're gonna try to tell, I have heard people talk about, for example, the Talmud being in reaction to Christianity. That's a lot more believable. If you're gonna get all the way into the Mishnah being a reaction to Christianity, I think a reasonable view of human history would really discount that.
Oh no! But no! I'm not making the argument that you think I'm making. It's completely different. It's that even without Christianity, there's streams in Judaism that are seeing the multiplicity of God, and that there's other streams reacting towards that. And so that you always have this stream that says, no, God does not have a body. That's not what he's like. But then you have, or that he couldn't be present in those kind of things, or that, Odon Olam is in many ways, like a lot of scholars believe that it's in reaction to the Zohar, that it's saying, look, these things don't combine. They're just one, okay? There's
So
not.
let's go back to just
sorry.
the Torah, okay?
Yeah.
So when it says God is not man that he should lie, for example,
right?
Was God tripping us up there?
Okay. So 1 second, that is Tanakh, not Torah, but also
No. That's Torah.
Isn't that Isaiah?
No. Isaiah has a similar verse, but there is a verse in Torah that says God is not man. Let me find it for you. God is not man. Yeah, I know the verse you're thinking of, that is from Isaiah, Numbers 23:19.
Okay. So what I would say to that is, if I said I am not a mouse that I would scurry away.
Okay.
The point of me saying that is not to say I am not a mammal, that I don't have. Separated.
Do you understand? Do you understand how having that verse and not having another verse which clearly explains how God is then going to then become a man, right? Is actually setting up the Jews to become what we have become, which is Christianity's willing sacrifices. Because when Christianity comes and says Jesus is God, many Jews are willing, including me, are willing to die because there is a verse, Numbers 23:19, which says God is not a man, and you're coming and telling me the precise opposite without any clear verse. You have your homiletics, right? So why would God do that to me?
Right. So what I would say is that when we talk about God's essence, he is not in essence a man. That's not his essence. Nor is do you believe that God is by his essence confined to time?
I think once you are even talking, the words we use is atzmut umahut, right? The very essence of God. You're already, and this is why it's so important that God be ineffable, right? So anytime we as finite things describe God, we're obviously making some sort of mistake because God is infinite. So even, I call him infinite, ineffable, right? All of these things. God in his essence, right? When you can't even speak of his essence. That's God. Right? And that's actually why, for example, we talk about, Anochi or Baruch Ata, right? In Hasidic philosophy, we actually say that the reason why we say Baruch Ata, right? You.
Blessed are you,
yeah. Is because even when we say, right? Hashem Elokeinu Melech HaOlam, we are already moving away from God, right? So God in his essence, actual God, is aseh, ineffable, and something beyond this stuff. And that's what Judaism teaches, Numbers 23:19, and has since the beginning. And when you try to turn God into a man, the incarnation, that is idolatry. And my surprise was to see that there is no foundation for that idolatry, even in the Christian Bible.
Okay. I think that because with these perspectives that I've been talking about, there's a real within Jewish thinking, separate from Christianity, to make sense of this. And that having someone like Rabbi Akiva say that, like, seeing this as a divine figure who would become Messiah, is to open up a conversation as to how do we understand this? What does this look like?
Okay, I think you're making a fundamental mistake here. And that fundamental mistake is thinking that Orthodox Judaism right now, including that of Maimonides, doesn't understand that we believe in a multi-personal God. We do. We don't go around talking about multi-personal God because that's confusing, right? And I think the reason why Trinitarians bring it up is, again, this pshat, remez, drash, sod, right? So when when you get a deeper understanding, right, underneath the simple understanding, you understand that there is, God is in fact represented, and there is divinity in other things. But there's a reason why the pshat, right, why the simple meaning, including all through the Torah, says, no, God is ineffable, God is beyond all this, God is not able to be, right? And so, again, I mean, yes, I hear you. Judaism believes in a multi-personal God, and yes, Christian Trinitarians try to catch Jews with this, but the Pashut Pshat, right? Deuteronomy 6:4 says there's one God, right? And that God is ineffable. That ineffable character of God is so ingrained throughout Judaism that it's just completely ridiculous to me for somebody to come and say God was incarnated in a man. And that's why Deuteronomy 23:19, God is not a man, right? And until you can bring me a verse that says God is a man, you're just contradicting what Moses taught.
So I do think it's very important, though. What is the point of that verse? Is the point of the verse to say that God is not like a man, or is it to say that God is not a liar?
Both.
Is it to say that
both? Like
both.
that verse that I believe it's in Job that Christians use, where it says, "Who is he and what is his son? What is his son's name?"
Ecclesiastes. I think that's Ecclesiastes.
Right.
Yeah.
And so it's like, this is so clearly out. The idea that God would be a man is so clearly outside of Judaism that this is beyond what that verse is saying, right? It's saying God does not lie because he is not a man, right? So God does not lie is on a foundation of God is not a man. We believe God does not lie because God is not a man. And what you've come and told me is God is a liar. Yes, he is a man.
Yeah, so I think my opinion of that particular verse would simply be that the intention of the verse is regarding lying, not about what his nature is.
Why did God set me up to make this mistake that Christians believe is going to damn my soul to hell? Why is God so mean to the Jews?
So I actually, when I was listening to your conversation about one of your conversations about the Trinity, I don't think that belief in the Trinity is a salvific issue. I think
I'm very glad to hear that. Okay, so you deny that the Trinity is required for salvation as a Christian.
yeah, and I
So
agree with you that if it was,
you do realize that puts you outside of the vast majority of Christian churches, right?
yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay
Okay.
with that. And that's also, even as we were talking about it, I've done a lot of research on this idea that God could be embodied, that he could come as a human being. The views of people who saw him as being able to be a human being, that these views shaped the Mishnah, shaped other first century Second Temple literature, and that if you look at it and you know that the cloud rider is a divine figure, that it seems to me that it's not merely the Talmudic teachers are arguing about this because they seem to believe that there's some Jewish perspective that has this. The greater issue to me is that if the cloud rider is divine, as he seems to be,
Adam is
then
divine. Adam is divine. Adam is the image of God.
I well, I mean that he's the king of the gods. The that it's a characteristic that's only given of Yahweh. In um, other pantheons, like I think I mentioned, Baal is also the cloud rider, so it's the head of the pantheon. The greatest of the gods is the one who rides the cloud. So if Daniel believed that, which I don't see a reason why he doesn't, that then there becomes okay, how could these two, and sometimes there are two thrones and sometimes there's only one throne. So how can the two thrones in heaven be one throne, or how can the two people in heaven be only one?
Okay, so can we agree that obviously the Torah itself never teaches this stuff you're trying to learn out? Or do you believe that this is implicit in the text of the Torah?
I mean, for me, it's difficult once you get any of these ideas in your head. God continuously shows up as a human being.
Well, yes,
It,
obviously, if you are doing
yeah,
what Christians do, which is they have an idea and they go through the Bible and try to read it into it, you can do
right.
that from here till forever. But when we talk
What,
about the pshat level, right? God,
right.
so again, I mean, my question is, why is God so mean to make so many Jews be willing, including me right now, willing to
Right.
die because I believe that the Torah clearly says not? And you're telling me, no, this is a perfectly acceptable belief. Not only that, God would like us to believe it. And so why does God hate me so much?
So first off, I don't think I'm making the claim that that you think that I'm making
No, 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 no.
regarding.
I know you don't want to make that claim. That's not what I'm
Right,
not saying that you want to say God hates me. I think you
right,
don't believe God hates me.
right,
The problem with your position is that the God you describe is the Marcionite God that you don't want to describe. The God you describe gave the Torah at Mount Sinai to Moses, and as opposed to including lines which very clearly say, I will send my son to die for you, right? God could have said, the Torah is not a very, it's not that short. God could have included one
right.
line, right? I will send my son, right? I love the world so much, I will send my son to die, right? From John
Right.
3:16, is it, right? Why
Right, right, right.
why didn't God do that? Why? Is he just an asshole, or
Well, yeah. So here's the thing: is that in this conversation of understanding what God is like and believing that we gain a greater understanding of what that looks like as more is revealed, like there's no, I would say there's almost no hint of any kind of Davidic Messiah, which becomes a very important idea. And I would say that the nature of God as one is important, and that God appearing as a human being occurs repeatedly within Genesis, and within, like there seems to be Yahweh as a human being repeatedly presented, and that from the very beginning, I would say that Genesis 1 seems to be setting up the idea that if God could come in any form, the most natural form for him to come in would be in the form of a human being.
But
And if
again,
you
why doesn't
see
he
that
say
echoing,
that clearly? Why not say that clearly?
is that
I can tell you why I believe God doesn't mention the Messiah clearly, because first of all, like, there are parts where, and I don't believe, there, it's pretty clear. Well, God did not think that it was optimal to have a king, right? That
right.
and you've seen that, right? So there is a reason why ultimately our salvation ended up being through a king, partially because that's what we asked for and we needed, right?
Though before there's any of the conversation about God regretting that it specifically states that, like, Deuteronomy has a whole chapter of what
Right.
your king shall be like. You will
Because-
ask me for a king, that's fine, and this is what he has to be like.
because
right?
because I believe that God from the very beginning knew exactly what he was doing.
Right.
And that's why I
Right.
believe that Deuteronomy 6:4 is so important, right? Because of
Right.
not just because of Deuteronomy 6:4 and 5, but because of Deuteronomy 6:6, 7, and 8 and 9, which say this is something that you should repeat, you should say in the morning, you should say at night, right? Because God, from the very beginning, gives us the key to salvation, which is to deny the Trinity. When you accept the Trinity, you are directly contradicting what God says is the most important thing and losing your salvation.
So first off, again, as trying to be as biblical as possible, that statement isn't made anywhere. I do think that Christians have to make a decision whether or not they make errors that put them more with the idea of the Trinity. I don't even know when I use that word, it's like, I believe that Jesus is God. I believe that Jesus is a full manifestation of God. I believe that.
So let's go back to Genesis.
I believe there's only one God.
But Jesus is fully God, right? You
Right.
believe Jesus is fully God. So
Yes.
in Genesis 1, I want to say 24, where it says, in the image of God, he created it. Male and female, he created them.
Right.
Doesn't that tell you that the image of God has to be male and female?
I mean, there's entire conversations where Christians will argue that the Spirit is the female, is a female nature.
But you're saying Jesus is fully God.
Right. Well, okay. So I know that maybe you'll just help me figure out which Christian heresy I'm under, and that would be very helpful.
Okay.
For me. It certainly would, because we've both listened to a bunch of Peterson. Peterson talks about how the individual person, the psyche, is actually made up of several sub-personalities.
Okay.
When he has conversations about his personality course, it's like we're made up of different people. Okay. That somehow are made into one within us. And I do think that some of that language is used in Kabbalah, that it's not merely concepts of God. I think you were even kind of alluding to this, that it could be, do you know the thing about sex on Sabbath? and how Kabbalah understands that, do you know what I'm talking about? Is that for those listening who don't know it, that there is a masculine principle and a feminine principle within God's being, and that the Shekinah enters the top. Let me see if I can do this right. The top 6, but not the top 3, because there's a special one that's especially high. So there's a masculine and a feminine, and the masculine enters the feminine, and they become one when Jews in synagogue say the word echad, and that should be focused on that wording, because that is God, that oneness being maintained.
I have to say, you are now... Now we are getting into things that are what I would call pornographic.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. It's okay. I will try to oneness. That word one, as you alluded to, the idea that the word to describe God's oneness is used to describe human beings becoming one. That Kabbalah saw a connection.
So do you believe that Jesus had sex?
No, I did not.
Okay, so this is one of the most easy objections to the idea that Jesus kept the law, is this idea that he wasn't male and female, he wasn't married, he never had sex.
Right.
This this conception of Jesus as Greek God, the child of Zeus, which has become Christian orthodoxy, is removed from Judaism in many ways. One of them is this idea that he's fully God as an asexual man.
So here's the thing. This would be my perspective on it. Would be that Jesus is married. He hasn't had intercourse, but he has a bride. He as Yahweh.
But it's not incarnate.
So, okay. Just follow my logic and see how it works and tell me if it's a load of crap. And I completely accept your assessment here. Repeatedly in the New Testament, or repeatedly throughout Scripture, the bride of Yahweh is
Israel.
Is Israel, right? And within Christianity, we say that the church is the bride of Christ. That language is repeatedly used. In order to become a bride, you are baptized. You have a mikvah, and then the groom offers a cup of wine to the bride, which in some traditions is symbolic of his life or his blood, which he says, like, to accept this is to accept me. And then I do in Judaism, as best I understand, please help me if I'm getting this wrong, is to drink the wine.
It's to accept the ring, but okay.
From what I understand, the rings come later. That it's an older tradition to accept the cup.
That's not my understanding, but in any case, so I think again, we end up with the 1 = 3, ending you up with not being able to understand the difference between pshat and midrash, right? So the simple understanding is that God is beyond all of this. God is not male. God is not female. God is not a man. God is not, right? And we have ways of understanding God through his revelation as imperfect beings, right? So we have the multiple persons of God, which in some way are able to, not literally, but through our extended understanding in a midrashic manner, right, understand God better. And the problem with the incarnation and then ascension is you're doing both of those and it's just not working, right? If you're if you're going to have God become a man, actually a man, right? You can't
Right.
then say, and then he married the church, right? You're mixing midrash with pshat, right? If we're going to be literal about it,
Right.
literally, God can't become a man. If we're going to be figurative about it, we embody the image of men, and in our doing what we are supposed to do, which is fulfilling the commandment of being fruitful and multiply and marrying, we are in fact doing what is most godly and that which creates, and in some sense embodying God, right?
Right. Right.
This half and half thing where Jesus becomes completely God, but then he marries the church is what you necessarily need to do when you have a confused and perverse theology.
Okay. Okay. Um, do you think that from what you've read, sounds like, whether or not you think it's a contradiction, something that the New Testament is doing itself? Do you think I'm making that connection
Okay,
on my own, or that
so
the New Testament is doing that?
I believe that the New Testament
Right.
is
Yeah.
has been corrupted. So you know where in Isaiah it says that he will go. Chris Picow is here. Hey, Chris. Um, so
Hi,
we
Chris.
we have so when so it says in Isaiah regarding what I believe is actually talking about all of Israel as well as Mashiach ben Yosef, is
Right.
that it says he will go silently to the slaughter. He will not open
Right.
his mouth. And it says it twice actually in that one verse. He will not open his mouth. And I
Right.
think what happened was that Jesus, in fact, did not open his mouth. Jesus did not leave a testament. He was not a prophet in that sense, right?
Okay.
And that's why we have the perverted account of Jesus' life, which is the New Testament. And so I think the New Testament is that mess of is the gospel of the deceiver, is that mess of truth and lie that we have to use the Torah to decipher through it. You know, I talk about the crayon in it, right?
Right.
See
Right. Right.
through the
Do you
crayon.
think? Do you think that it is? So you do believe that Jesus is Mashiach ben Yosef? Is
I
that
believe
correct?
it's definitely a possibility. I am not very
Okay.
literal on that,
Yeah.
especially you may be aware there are ideas that Mashiach ben Yosef might actually be a broader concept and not an actual person, right? Not
Right. Right.
literal, not
Yeah.
literally one person. And Jesus, as part of Israel, as a Jew, and
Right.
possibly many people, because again, we have all we have to go by is the Gospels, and so I think it's actually possible that there were several people who underwent what was necessary, right, as
Okay.
Mashiach ben Yosef,
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
and
And
that
and
and that
for
Jesus wasn't one person, but eventually became one person, because I believe. So this gets a little bit into my weird
right. Right. Right.
stuff, right? So Yeshu has been referred to as Yamach Shemo v'Zichro, right? That his name should be obliterated and his memory. And I believe that that actually became true because we don't actually know the name of those people who were murdered by the Romans,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
so in a very real sense, because it would be the worst spiritual torture possible
Yeah.
for For
to be
me
not
to
remembered.
no no
Yeah.
no 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 for me to become an idol. And
Okay.
so as a grace,
Right.
these people, their names have been forgotten. But
Yeah.
when the line that there shall be hespedim, there shall be eulogies as for an only son. And
Right.
you'll notice in Isaiah 53, it says in his deaths, it's plural, bemotav, right? In his plural deaths. So this is my weird, like,
Right. Yeah.
this is my weird interpretation personally
Okay. Yeah.
of what's going on.
I'm
But
I'm I'm I'm
yeah,
following, I think. Yeah.
um,
And
yeah,
also, I think I said this when I was talking with Chris, is that one of those stories that I think illustrates exactly what you're talking about is the rabbinic tradition that Moses tells Joshua, "Don't let them know where they buried me. I know these people, and they're gonna worship at my gravesite, and I don't want that to happen." That for
and, and
I don't think Christians realize this, that Jesus says, I mean, here's a bit for you, okay? This is an argument that you can use
okay,
to make yours even stronger. Is Jesus says that he is like the bronze serpent.
right, which then
What
later,
happens
yeah, becomes an
becomes an
idol.
idol.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I
Yeah.
look.
So
So
I,
for me, it makes sense. Christians
right,
have turned Jesus into an idol and
right,
are literally worshiping him, and then we shall eventually find out Yamach Shemo Uzichro, that actually his name has been obliterated, and this
right.
is these are Jews who, righteous Jews who all taught Torah and died, and were later subsumed into this
Yeah.
gospel of the deceiver.
Well, so as I'm understanding the Mashiach ben Yosef, maybe we're just drifting away from the whether or not God could be incarnate, and I think that might be better for us to continue talking as,
Okay.
as we move. Is that in Mashiach ben Yosef, I believe, as I read Genesis, let me see if this fits as a narrative level for you,
Okay.
is that I think Joseph is the entire point of the 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 one who will crush the head of the serpent. That the bookends is Abel to Joseph, and so you're introduced to this figure who is going to be the seed of the woman who will crush the snake's head,
Have
and then
you have you are you aware that you know the tree of life, right?
right, yeah.
The Partsuf, and you know what Yesod is, and that Joseph is the embodiment of Yesod.
That bit I have not come. I don't exactly know what you're talking about. I might if you talk about it a little bit more.
Okay, so you know the seven shepherds are
Yes.
each,
Yeah.
and so Yesod, you know the body part that Yesod is. So
Is
the
that the head?
Partsuf,
Wait.
no. So you have a Partsuf, right? You have the tree of life
Right.
onto the human body, right? So, for
Right.
example, Chesed is the right hand, Gevura is the left hand, right?
Yep.
And then you have Netzach Hod, which is Moses and which are the two legs. And then
Right.
there's Yesod.
Is the I are
Is
you
the place of circumcision.
okay? Yeah. Okay.
And that's Joseph.
So let's think like me and not like you for 1 second.
Okay.
If I'm saying that Messiah ben Yosef is the groom, the groom, and that he is also
Yesod.
yeah, that works really well for me. Thank
Yes,
you.
it
Thank you for
does.
that.
And
Yeah.
and Malchut,
Yeah.
Malchut, which is David,
Yes.
is at the bottom and receives all.
Okay. Okay, so
So this
yeah,
is where now it's not going to work. Is That's why David and Joseph are two sticks, right? You know Ezekiel, where it talks about the two
yeah,
sticks,
yeah, yeah. The
David
two
and
branches. Yeah.
yeah, and they are separate but come together.
Okay.
So that's why the
Well, so
Chris. That's
exactly.
not how I would say it. Um, the and that's why they need to be two different people.
Okay. Well, and I think that there's a deep struggle that occurs with how to understand Messiah ben Yosef as well, because I think at some point it certainly would have been understood that it's someone from the tribe of Joseph, but we can't identify the tribe of Joseph.
So
There's
we
what
can't.
is
So
separating it?
this is the same thing by
Yeah,
all the Mashiachs, right? Mashiach ben David. We say that
yeah,
the proof of his yichus, of what
right.
his lineage is going to be through his actions. So
Okay, yeah.
both
Well,
of
and
them.
it's
I
yeah,
mean,
and
yeah,
even that term Ben can refer to one as a group where
yeah. I mean, there's all kinds of things we can get into
right,
regarding but Pashut Pshat, right?
right,
It's quite possible that you know was from Jesus was from Ephraim. We don't know his
right,
lineage,
right.
but
Okay.
that's exclusive of being from Judah and being a descendant of David. You
Well,
can't
yeah.
have the same person be both of those.
So that to me is part of the how do they fulfill it, because even the idea of do you know how he's the architect, the four architects? Do you know that bit?
Yeah, the four. Yeah, so
Yeah.
there's Elijah, and then there's the priestly Messiah, and then
Yeah,
there's the
Melchizedek, and yeah.
yeah.
So I think that this is also why they say, is this not the son of Joseph, the carpenter?
So this is the
That
thing
that
when
to
you're
me, I think it might be playing with that.
see
Do you,
this is the
it,
problem. This is
right,
my biggest problem with Pajot and his idea that Jesus is the ultimate story.
right,
Because I think it's important, and this is one of the fundamental teachings of Judaism, is God is infinite, we are finite. And because of that, God cannot, the perfect story cannot be embodied in one story. Cannot be,
right,
right? And so that's why, even though God is one, we will talk about God as a binary of or Memalan or Sovev, or we'll talk about God in a triad of the various sphirot, or four, or five, or six, or
right,
seven,
right,
and why the Bible has to be a collection of many stories, and we as humanity must be many people,
right.
because in that multiplicity, right? So it's one and many, and that's why I have such a big problem with one and three, right?
Okay,
When you
okay, yeah.
use that three as canonical, you are in fact destroying that one and many thing, which I have
Right,
several videos about Neoplatonism, right?
right, right,
But this three canonical persons as opposed to infinite canonical persons is in fact a problem, right? Because once you have infinite canonical persons, then the many can reflect the one.
So what I'm wondering though is that if um, let's just be heretical about it. So let's not even think in Trinitarian terms, but in some way, however we whatever, that Jesus could be an embodiment of of God, and that to say that one story gathers together all the stories, that sounds like what you're saying
No.
that God does.
So
The
this is the
God
problem, right? So this is the
gathers all
problem.
the story.
I,
So
I,
if
have
yeah,
you have you do you know Petichat Eliyahu?
that doesn't immediately sound familiar.
Okay, so this is it's recited in a lot of synagogues. It's in the Sfard, so it's a part of the Zohar, which is why Tikkunei Zohar, I believe actually it is, which is widely known, right? And it's it's very often recited, okay,
Right, right,
and it explains the tree of life, right? And one of the statements in that is man de afrish chad mechavre, somebody who separates one from the other. It's as if he has created a division within God, right?
right. Yeah.
So when you separate one of the sfirot from the partsuf, you are
Right,
in essence creating a separation within God. And that's
right.
why it's so important not to allow the many to be separated.
Okay.
That's l'shem yichud.
Right, right. Or in so I understand that concept. I've come across it a couple of times. The idea that even the idea that I'm giving you something you can't make an image out of. The closest you have is the human beings. The only way they're allowed to make an image of God is through a way that you described as pornographic.
Right.
That's the only way
So
we're allowed to make another image of God.
you can in essence describe God as a union of two. You can describe God as a union of three, of four, of five, of six,
Right,
of
right.
seven, and that's actually the song. You know the song Echad mi yodea, Echad ani yodea.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so that song goes all the way through 13, right? Because each one of those 13 is in fact one of the ways in which we can describe. So God is
Right,
one, Echad Elokeinu, right? But
right,
the two is related to Echad Elokeinu, and so you can have two describe God in a binary. You can describe God in a triad. You can describe God in fours, five, six, all the way down. And
right,
13, it doesn't need to end at 13.
right, right. Or in what's it called? Is it Lurianic Kabbalah? Each one of the 10 is 10 as well. That there's a way of
It is.
understanding each individual
So
one as an extra.
this is
Yeah.
how the finite is able to include the infinite.
Right. Okay. Okay. That. Right. So, I don't know how I would respond to that, but I think as we're talking about um, Messiah ben Yosef, um, j- help me to see if this is the pattern of Genesis. Okay,
Okay.
is we're introduced to this concept of the one who will crush the head of the snake, and then immediately you have a child, and I think you're supposed to be asking, is this going to be it? And the older kills the younger is the better one. It's the beginning of this pattern of the younger, the younger is actually better than the older. Yeah, the second man is better than the
But what's important there, right, is so what would be justice? What would be justice when God comes to Cain and sees that this has happened?
is
Would
to
be
kill him.
is to kill him and to have an
Right.
immediate resurrection. But that's not what God
Right.
does, right?
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's
God
not.
God
Yes.
allows Abel to die, right? And
Right.
that death is something that God allows. And
Right, right.
Abel will in fact receive his reward for that,
Right.
but
right.
it allows Cain to then live his life and be repentant. And this is something that gets over and over and over in Israel, right? Israel dies over and over again for the other nations.
So then you
Yeah.
might really like where I'm going with this. The way that I'm going
I
with the
understand where
bookend,
you're going. I agree with
yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, is that
I think
is
I
that
understand, and I agree with you.
to me, David is nothing compared to Joseph. If
In a
you're reading the
sense,
Old Testament,
in a
if
sense,
you're reading, well, I mean, a little bit more for me because I'm a Gentile. Joseph saves the world.
David
Joseph
does
saves the whole
too.
world.
David does too by receiving. So David is Malchut.
Okay,
David is
okay,
Malchut. You have to remember
but
David is
you
Malchut.
okay. But you understand what? Okay. Well, so I think. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
let's almost get there. So in that image of the whole point is getting to Joseph, that this Mashiach character is, or we could even say the redemptive spirit. What the redemption is that it's a retelling of the Abel story where Joseph is symbolically killed. He is put into. He's literally buried in the ground. Okay, and he's sold into slavery for silver by Judas. Right? You're following me?
You can read this story over and over again. You can also do it by
Right.
Jacob. You could. So I don't have a problem with the
Right.
story. I have a problem with the Christological going back and trying to read um, read Jesus into everything
Right. Right.
because it is an attempt to make Joseph not just make Jesus not just Joseph, but make him also David, make him also the high
Right.
priest, make him
Right.
also
Right.
right. So you that's the problem. I don't have a problem with
Right.
telling stories
Well,
of
and so
yeah.
I think this idea that Christians believe, like, see Jesus as God, is that this is, the idea of, well, God is a priest. I mean, he's not a priest like one of the descendants of Levi, but he the way that God looks after his people, that there's certain things which God does where he fulfills the role of priest, and that
Yeah.
God is king. He's not king like David, but he is king, and so you would do this with the person of God, or however we understand
We
God.
believe in a multi-personal God, yes.
Right, right. And so for Christians in the conversation, I think it kind of should make a kind of sense that we would do this because what we're doing is we're doing that with God. And I understand that's offensive because
see, that's the problem. You are turning the persons, right?
right,
Things which individually in some way help us understand God, right?
right,
And this is the eternal problem of the analogy is God is infinite. You can't
right.
have a finite thing contain God, right? That's
Right.
idolatry. So God has to, in a sense, let his light shine into the darkness little by little, right? He has
Okay.
to allow his light to flow into the darkness little by little until it's able to actually make the entire thing glow, right?
Okay.
And
Yep.
in order for us to understand God better than anything finite could. And
Okay. Yeah.
and in fact all of our lives in a very real sense, right, are that. So making Jesus first of all born of a virgin, which I think is a later invention, it has to be. Because there's no
Okay.
concept of a virgin birth in Judaism. Um,
Okay.
and if you're going to say Isaiah 7, so the
L-
kid born in Isaiah 7 was also a born of a virgin, makes no
I,
sense to me. Um, but so if you turn Jesus into a human being, into one of,
right.
for example, on Yom Kippur we read about in Ashkenazi things. We read of the Eser Harugei Malchut, right? The 10 martyrs who were killed by the Romans, right?
Right.
And so they, in a very real sense, become the korban, and it's not out of nowhere that we're talking about 10 of them, right?
Right.
And so Jesus can, as part of Israel, participate in that. He was a Jew. He was, and I believe that very truly, that he was a Jew. He was part of Israel, and that I think because of that, Isaiah 53 does include him among everybody else. The problem becomes he becomes somehow different from Joseph himself, right?
Right.
Becomes something completely different and only begotten and born of a virgin, and that his death is uniquely different from the death of all the Jewish martyrs.
Okay. Yeah. Well, and within Christian teaching, there's also a conversation that the death that Christ dies, it is connected to the death of everyone else. That death is that it speaks of the sufferings of Christ not being complete yet, that they are connected with the death of every other person, and that one of the things that is happening is actually God is uniting two human beings even in their death. That's part of what the image of what Christ is coming to do to be the bridge is.
So you, in a very real sense, seem to be going down the same path that a lot of people have recently, and something that Judaism has had to deal with recently, which is, in learning more about Judaism, you are seeing Jesus the Jew through all of the weird, silly things that Christianity teaches, and bringing him in, bringing yourself into Judaism, in a kosher manner. And this is actually, I mean, when the attempt at the Sanhedrin in Israel set up a court, they set up a rabbinic court to deal with Noachides. This was their biggest.
Okay.
This was the biggest question they had. Was a lot of people were in fact coming into Orthodox Judaism with no other weird belief than that. No, Jesus was actually a good guy.
Yeah, I as you were saying that, I'm reminded of, I had a conversation with an Orthodox Jew on the subways in Toronto, and I was asking him a couple of questions, and he was like really engaged, and then he was just like, "Wait, are you Jewish?" And I was like, "No." And we started talking, and then he pulls out a pamphlet, and the only time I've received a tract was not by a Christian. It was by this Orthodox Jewish guy that was just like about the Noahic covenant and how can I, as a Gentile, be in God's good graces.
The Noahide movement in the past 50 years has gone from has gone from zero, basically, people, to being possibly there may be as many as 100,000 Noahides in the world.
Yeah.
Which, when you realize there are maybe 2 million religious Jews in the world, is astounding.
Yeah, I'm even wondering what your thoughts are on. To me, I kind of said this before. I do think that, and maybe I'm a heretic within that idea. I do think that there's this idea of the Josiah's reign where the book of the law is discovered, and that people are saying, and I this might be the Dead Sea Scrolls, this might be the Second Temple literature, which I think a lot Christians just didn't care about this information at all, right?
So you're preaching to the choir. You really are, because I think that the Dead Sea Scrolls have in fact helped Christians. Maimonides, what he says in chapter 11 of Laws of Kings and Wars.
Of course, off by heart. No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I actually kind of do, because that's where he talks about Jesus.
Oh, okay.
It's censored. You have to get an uncensored version, but on Chabad they have the uncensored version. He says that the reason why Christianity and Islam exist is because God is using them as a vehicle for the ideas within Judaism to disperse, so that when at the end of times the true Messiah comes, everyone will already have these ideas of strict monotheism through Islam and the Messiah through Christianity. And I think that's why it's important that there be a countervailing Islam with Christianity, because obviously they're both wrong.
So that's a very interesting perspective, especially if we're looking at things. I'm hoping we're not just debating, that we're growing in understanding as we're having this conversation. Is that in the idea of Jesus as in the image of the Joseph Messiah, Joseph Messiah he conquers through people rejecting him, through being rejected by his brothers,
sold into slavery.
Through being tarnished and all these things happening, that things just go worse and worse and worse for him. And as he's righteous in the face of him being tortured, essentially. This is
the story of Israel.
Right. Well, and so I know, but I also think that it's the story of Jesus, right? Obviously.
Well,
I'm a Christian.
He's a Jew.
That's right. But this
is the important thing that I have to point out, is that Christianity is that Egypt, is that Pharaoh.
Okay. So I this is what I'm wondering from you as well. And I think we can have this conversation. Bear with me. I know that this could be used for anti-Semitism. Okay. But this parallel has to. Judah is the one who sells him into slavery.
No.
He's the one who receives silver for it.
That's in the Christian Bible. Oh, you mean no. First of all, Judah is the one who receives the money?
Wasn't that... See, this is... Okay, bear with me.
I could understand maybe Judah is the one... Was Judah... No, Judah was the one who did... Was that Reuven?
No, Reuben wants to kill him for... No, wait.
Slavery. Okay, Genesis 37. Here comes the dreamer. When Reuven heard of this scheme, he came to Joseph's rescue. Let's not kill him. Reuven secretly planning to rescue him. Then, when Joseph arrived, his brothers.
There it is.
Judah said to his brothers,
26,
"What will we get?" So he's the one who says, "Let us let us sell him."
Yes.
So he saves him from being killed by having him sold into slavery.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. So
Judah saves him from death.
They would be under... Yes. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. That's an interesting non-parallel.
And here's another parallel. When the Davidic Mashiach, who is
Right.
of Judah, comes,
Right.
he is supposed to resurrect Mashiach ben Yosef.
Right. Yeah,
So,
I've come across that material.
right. So when the Jews / Judah come back
Right.
and redeem Yosef, right, from
Right.
Egypt, which is Christianity.
Now, it it is important for people to know that it's a bit unclear. It's more so within the rabbinic tradition that it says what the ordering is, and a lot of the rabbinic material is like it's back to back, like he's dead but he gets resurrected rather quickly.
Right.
But so with that image, I think that the stories which follow, specifically Judah, they spend more time with Judah because the text knows that Judah is the representative of Israel, because all of his, like,
Well, yeah,
for the Christians watching, which a lot of them don't know, it's Jewish because of Judah.
Yeah.
It's that's why, right?
So throughout the Bible, there's
Right.
many cases where there is this interaction between the Davidic and Josephite Messiah,
Right.
in which over and over again Judah saves the Josephite Messiah after the Josephite Messiah basically takes over or conquers Egypt.
Now, it's interesting, too, because for those who don't know, Joseph Messiah is also supposed to come when the people are disobedient, not when they're obedient.
Like Jesus says, I have come to the lost sheep of Israel. And I think that's why it's important that people understand that his disciples are confused and don't know what they're saying.
Right. And also, I do think that this is being played on in the idea that he is not recognized for who he is, as Joseph is not recognized by his brothers. That's very important, I think. Yeah. And so, and I think that the idea that this is what I meant by the anti-Semitism, the possible interpretation of anti-Semitism. I believe Israel is a representative of humanity. So anything which Scripture might say that could be taken as against Israel as a nation is really against what human beings are like. It's not, in my opinion, that human beings, in particular, when all those criticisms in Isaiah are all about how idolatrous the people are, that's about how we are idolatrous. And Israel is a representation of humanity.
So what I would say is Israel is the firstborn son, and being the firstborn son does indicate that there are other children.
Yes. Also, if you go by the pattern, the firstborn son has a tendency of not actually being of particularly failing in Genesis. That it's a repeated image of this failure, and so it could be seen that a special failure of Israel in Ezekiel, as it says, is your sister Sodom didn't do half of the things that you did, right? I think that is supposed to be an illustration of, as the representative, if you're trying to represent humanity and humanity's not that great, then what does that look like as a representative? It's particularly bad, right? So the idea, I do think it's important to the story that the Joseph Messiah is betrayed, and that it is Judas who does the betraying is not a comment on Jews. It's a comment on humanity. The idea is that human beings.
What something I will add to this. When I was reading,
how's my anti-Semitism, by the way? Well, what are we at?
No, nothing.
Okay, yeah. Okay, good.
I would call you out on that.
Okay,
trust me.
I appreciate it.
So when I was reading about John the Baptist and Jesus, right, and their discussion, right, it seems to me that it's possible that John the Baptist was actually the person who could have been Mashiach ben David in that generation. And when they talk to each other, right? So Jesus says that John is the greatest of men born of women, which is Malchut, right? And
the top and the bottom.
And then John says that somebody who something about tying the shoelaces.
Yeah. I'm not worthy to stoop down to untie his sandals.
Right, which can be understood as yesod. So The
feet. The feet.
What I would say is it is quite possible that what happened was when John died, right? So in that generation, if John had been recognized,
right,
then the Messiah would have come right then. But what happened was he was killed. Mashiach ben David was killed, and that's how Jesus knew that he would become Mashiach ben Yosef.
Do you think that the Bible is doing intentionally combining the categories, or unintentionally because they're unable to properly bring the stuff together?
What do you mean? The Gospels, you mean?
Yeah, specifically that Jesus...
I think...
This is the thing of specifically. The genealogies, Jesus is I think from Judah.
That's obviously bullshit.
Okay. So you would go bullshit.
Yeah. The genealogies, because we know that the Ebionites rejected the genealogy at the beginning of Matthew.
Okay.
Right? So we know that there were the early Jewish Christians rejected that genealogy, partially because I think the whole idea of a virgin birth is so extremely foreign to Judaism. So this is my understanding, is we have to be able to look at the New Testament, the Greek Bible, and brush away all the crayon, I call it, right?
Right.
And see Jesus through it. And once you do that, you see he never opened his mouth. He went silently to his death.
Okay.
There was no other testament. The Tanakh is the Tanakh, and it is the key which allows you to see how false the Greek Bible is.
So do you think, though, in this idea that Jesus could possibly be the Joseph Messiah, which, by the way, we haven't even gotten to, the Joseph Messiah is where the Davidic Messiah gets its template from, because one of the possible heirs to the Joseph Ephraim Messiah is Joshua. Joshua is the giant slayer, is more of a kingly
Joshua did come from Ephraim. And Mashiach ben Yosef is also actually called Mashiach ben Ephraim. So That's right. This interplay between the two of them is actually something you see throughout the Bible, which is why I completely discount the idea that the Jews came up with this afterwards, right?
Right. Absolutely.
So
and also,
there is, but that's the thing again. There's a separate Josephite Messiah as opposed to the Davidic Messiah. And so one person cannot be both of those.
Right. Well, it's actually, I want to make it clear, it's worse than that. It's worse than that.
Why?
Well, because we also think he's Melchizedek. So it's not that
he's also, so it's turning Jesus into an idol. That is what an idol is. You look at an idol and you say, this is God. Everything, right?
Yeah, I hope that you see that I'm trying to be as upfront and as honest as possible. Is you keep on saying it's two, and I'm like, wait, there's more mess. And
look,
this is what I was asking.
We're having an honest discussion, and I want to have honest discussions. what
Yeah.
people are often kind of surprised about when they do talk to me is that it's not that I'm not willing to change my ideas. In fact, this idea that Jesus could be Mashiach ben Yosef is
Right. That's a
is
big
it's
move. It's a
it's
big
it's
move.
it's something I've only come to believe in the past 2 years.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
No, it's
A-
yeah.
and I was surprised that other people have had this idea. I
Right,
but
right.
but it's not like I believe I'm a prophet or came up with something new,
No,
and
no, no, no.
I'm surprised that
That's one
so
of the
much of
reasons
what I
why
believe is actually out there. You know?
that's even why I said, and this is kind of my possible understanding of what's happening with the Dead Sea Scrolls and a whole bunch of other material, is there seems to be a conversation that was quite impossible to have 50 years ago, and an understanding which is growing among Christians, but also I'd say, like, some of these ideas, I understand that, not to be salacious, but that there was certain material that which was seen as dangerous to have conversations with in the synagogue, right? And so there is a whole bunch of, like, I actually think Islam right now is collapsing. Like, I've been following a lot of stuff, and Islam is collapsing because of the internet. There's a lot of stuff which there's
Well,
a
I would say
weird amount of
Islam
time.
and Christianity are collapsing.
Yeah, to what extent do I agree with that? That is a very interesting question, which I will be mulling over it a lot more. It's interesting too because I'd say a lot of things are collapsing. Like, even as we were having the conversation about how the largest group of Jews are secular, right? Like, there is some kind of a massive collapse.
Well,
What?
there's definitely, I mean, the number of Jews there has been a hardening in Judaism of, especially now that people are living in a Jewish country, right?
Right.
There's been a definite growth of how observant Jews have been.
Right.
And again, for me, the biggest indication is the fact that the Noahide movement is growing.
Right.
People only recently, somebody printed a Noahide Siddur. Only recently have rabbis been seriously dealing with the concept of helping guide Noahides to build their own communities.
Right.
And unfortunately, as Jews, we can't build Noahide communities. Noahides have to do that themselves.
Right. Do you think, for yourself, do you think that Christians getting into Messianic Christianity, that is an expression of that? That
So,
they're like,
what I will say is that far more Christians became Jews through Jews for Jesus than Jews became Christian.
okay,
Far more. The number of So it has been a movement that started by Christians trying to convert Jews, and it has really energized the Noahide movement in a very
right,
serious way.
which
And
is so funny because when I was listening to one of Benjamin Summers' lectures, he says, "Look, if you're a a Jew who believes in Jesus, he's like, I'm not saying it's okay to believe that Jesus is God. He says, if you're a Jew and you believe that Jesus is God, you're worse than a pagan. You're a Jew for Jesus. That's worse. It's the way that he said it. And yeah, anyway, it's interesting that a group that also would be seen as so negative by the Jewish community might be producing more Jewish converts.
I
Is that
think
kind of what you're even saying?
Yeah, I think you might be pleasantly surprised when you read Maimonides. That section of Maimonides I'm talking about. It's actually I think it's absolutely prophetic. I think it's been
So
absolutely prophetic. Yeah.
What section of Maimonides?
Laws of Kings and Wars, 11:4, and it's on the Chabad website.
Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, I will definitely check that out. That looks very, very interesting. Yeah, Joseph. Do you see what I mean, though, also about how Joseph creates a possible template for the Davidic Messiah as well? This idea that he's the giant slayer, like the initial giant slayer, the king, all
So,
that stuff.
do you know the section I'm talking about with the Valley of Bones?
Yes, yeah, in Ezekiel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
where it talks about Judah and Joseph being two sticks that are brought together.
Hmm. That section I have to look in a little bit more.
It's that same chapter. It's that same chapter.
Okay.
This interrelationship between Mashiach ben Yosef and Mashiach ben David is definitely something that I think you can see throughout the Bible, and
Right.
that's why Judaism, we know of this concept. The problem and the reason why so many people have been reluctant to really talk about it is because it's obvious. Okay, let's say Jesus is definitely Mashiach ben Yosef. How does that change Judaism?
Right. That's one of the
It
questions
doesn't.
I'm even wondering. Like, for you, reading, do you feel like Jesus is a good rabbi when you read the New Testament?
Yes, he seems. This is part of the whole thing with Mashiach, with the whole Son of Man debate. When you stop seeing Jesus talking about himself and you see him actually talking about all of humanity, right?
Mm-hmm.
It changes what he's saying when he says the Son of Man is the master of the Sabbath.
Right.
When you change that from man was not made for the Sabbath was made for humanity, it makes even more sense in context. And Jesus is no longer claiming to be the Lord of the Sabbath, is no longer saying he's God. He's no longer abrogating the Sabbath. He's explaining what is the Pharisaic understanding of it, which is, that God did give the Sabbath for us, right?
Right, and then he's actually pointing out, and for Christians, I think this is very surprising, is that they're so convinced that the Old Testament God, that he basically is an asshole who goes through a midlife crisis, has a kid, and calms down. Like, that's to be as brutally honest as I could not understand for the life of me.
It's Marcion. You're describing Marcion.
Absolutely. Which is why, by the way, when you were saying that's Marcionism, I'm just like, man, I've been called a lot of things. I have not been called a Marcionite because I'm constantly like, that's Marcionism, that's Marcionism. Because
the problem is that the Trinity is Marcionism. Because God could have taught the Trinity. Look, why isn't the Shema, right? Shema Yisrael, Havaya Elokeinu, Havaya Shlosh Ve'achad. Right?
Right.
Add the word. Add the word, right? And the fact that it's Christians.
I kind of have to stop you on that one, though.
Why?
Because two reasons. One is because there's a better word, and then number two is because most Jewish translations of that text say the Lord alone. That's why.
Well, it's very hard to translate because there is no present tense of the verb to be in Hebrew, which I think God did deliberately. But as far as the word for Trinity, right? I think it is a linguistic miracle that Christians, even today, have not been able to find a Hebrew word that they can describe the Trinity.
Yeah. Right.
And if you believe that God made Hebrew,
Right, right.
you
Well,
know,
and
that tells you something.
so I understand that I'm currently. Is it Josiah's? In one of the rebellions of one of the good kings, it says he was really great. He forgot to take down the Asherah pole, though. There's a
I'm,
couple of kings where that happens, where it's just like, yeah, he did his best.
I,
Still,
I'm
yeah.
not, so do you think that there's actually a different Torah out there that has a different version of the Shema?
No, it's that what I'm wondering is if I am my version of Echad to you is Echad with a Asherah pole. Is
So,
like I would overemphasize the oneness um,
so,
as far as when I approach the Trinity. Um,
well, I mean, where do you get this number three from? The thing I like to point out is Jesus
right,
mentions the number three twice. Do you know what those two places are?
they're negative, aren't they?
One, he says, you will betray me three times before the
Right, the
cock
cock crows.
crows,
Yeah.
and the other one is um, that he will be dead 3 days.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
Okay.
I mean, if you want to say that
Well,
Jesus was giving us a hint,
so I mean, even if I was asked where I get the three,
yeah.
it's actually that I get it from the one. Which what I mean is,
Aleph
um,
Chet Dalet, that it's three
no,
letters. I've heard that. Oh,
no,
okay.
not that. And I'm not saying Elohim either. Okay,
And you're not
please give
saying
me a little bit more
Havaya,
credit.
Havaya Elohim Havaya. I've heard that one as well.
Okay, no. What I mean
Okay.
is that the church is told to baptize in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
And what I point out is there was John's baptism, which was different, and
Right.
and so people were baptized in the name of John. So
Right. Right.
you have four parts of the Trinity now.
Well, no. Because what this baptism that Jesus is offering is into something different. Because in my mind, like again, this image of the groom and the bridegroom, of becoming a member of the bride, that becoming part of the bride is to, and they run into someone and they say, have you received the baptism of Jesus? And they say, we haven't even heard of that. Like we're just
Okay.
John's, because people were baptized. All the Christians also don't know this, is that people who get mikvahs, they get them all the time,
Yeah.
right?
Daily.
Especially if you're a woman.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. No, I mean this
yeah,
idea of doing something in the name of, right?
right,
It's a very common thing, right? We do
right,
things
right,
in the name of things all the time. How
right.
that means that there's a Trinity is beyond me.
Right. Well, and yeah, so that's one of the reasons why I went in that direction of, to me, there's a couple of places where word and name, in the way that it would be used as an emanation of God, it seems to
So
me like the New Testament is intentionally doing this.
so
That,
you know the
that
verse in Zechariah, I believe it's Zechariah, that says, "On that day, God will be one, and His name will be one."
name will be one. Yeah.
Right. So how that is explained is even one, right? God's
Right.
name one, right?
Right.
Even that is something separate from Himself. And on
Okay.
that day, God will be completely one in that
So,
we won't even. So we will call on the name of God because we are finite and we're talking about the kingdom arriving in this world.
right.
But
Okay.
we will on that day, everyone will understand that God is one and His name is one, meaning
Okay.
that
Yeah.
it is again that person which fails to be that which it represents. The image of God is not God.
Right. Right. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely something. I think, yeah, I definitely need to put more thought into some of this. I will admit that. Um,
We have to. We
I'm
always have to
wondering,
think. We always have to think and be willing to learn. Um,
right. Well,
and
and
yeah,
I think what I was saying before, I really do mean. One of the Chris made like a song over it, of course he did, but the image of McGillicrest, who talks about how the brain is divided into hemispheres
right.
that are actually designed to fight each other. And
Opponent processing. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, and that Peterson was talking about this as well, that like to move your hand little by little is actually very difficult to stay firm and to not be jolting as you do that. But if you put your other hand there, you can be a lot more precise in that movement than if you were just moving your hand on its own. And what I'm hoping in these conversations that are more than debates is that it could be that precision. Is that I do think I'm sure you will agree with me on this, that one of the reasons why the church is so shoddy with a lot of this theology is that no one's pushing against them.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Who knows the Bible as well as them?
Especially the Protestants, unfortunately,
Right.
are
Right.
afraid. Are
Yeah.
afraid. Look, Christians are afraid to say the Trinity is obviously bullshit. I'm sorry.
Okay. I
And
accept your apology.
and that 1 equals 3
Right.
is so for me, right?
No, I don't.
I have
don't.
to.
I
I have to ask myself, why did God make this such an important part of Judaism? Right.
Right.
Why did Jesus, in fact, emphasize it right over and over again? He says it's the first mitzvah, right? Because this is the key, which helps unravel that which is unacceptable, right? Once you're talking about one God, it really unravels all the problems of Christianity, including this idea of Old Testament, New Testament, this idea of the Trinity, this idea of Jesus being some separate God, and honestly, that's why I keep on harping so much
on this
on the
particular
Trinity.
thing.
Yeah.
Well, and I wonder about what this could look like as well, because in those conversations, I think that people have to, as what I was saying before, is I want to see this image. Like I believe that the gospel, as I understand it, is in Genesis. It's in, if you separate, I think that Genesis is almost in 5 books itself. That if you separate the genealogies and a couple of things, that it kind of divides nicely into 5 sections. We can get into that some other time, whatever. But anyway, if you just take those individual sections, that what I think the relationship of human beings with God, I think it's there. I think it's there. I think it's an image of what our relationship with God is supposed to look like is in multiple books, that the New Testament isn't supposed to be, in Matthew's gospel, he says, I'm not coming here to abolish. I'm coming here to fulfill. Like the least little jot or tittle. Like I'm yeah.
For
a lot of
me,
people have even said.
For me, it's that line, he went silently to his death like a lamb.
Right.
He did not open his mouth. And it says he did not open his mouth twice in that verse. Right? Jesus did not leave a testament. He could have written the gospel himself.
Right.
He was plenty capable of. I think it was deliberate that there is no New Testament. There is no, because everything we need is in Judaism, but it needed to be dispersed in a way that Judaism could not disperse it.
See, I think in my mind, and so this may be the part that needs to be figured out deeper for any kind of change in my perspective is that when I read Genesis, it sounds to me like God is creating a system for him to be inserted in. Like it feels
He is.
like
Hold on.
Yeah.
He is, right?
Right.
God is creating dira b'tachtonim. He is creating a manner in which we as human beings, and that's what Genesis says, right? We as human beings. The problem with Christianity, the biggest problem with Christianity, is that Jesus becomes the only begotten Son. And you, right? You and your wife, right? Are in fact kept from that theosis. You will never be born of a virgin. And becoming a celibate priest, right? Which is what Christianity has created for thousands of years, right? This idea of celibacy, this idea of asexuality in Jesus. It's completely foreign to that image, right? So you and your wife, in the fact that you are married and hopefully will have kids, I don't know if you do, God should bless you with as many kids as you can handle. You are embodying, your story is an image of God, much more so than the life of Jesus in the Gospels.
Okay.
Because you're getting married and you're having kids, that's you embodying God as was commanded in Genesis.
So what's interesting is that I think a lot of work is done by the, as I said, rabbinic commentary. I know you hate Paul. It's fine. I'm fine with that, right? Is in a lot of, I think that some of this is in the words of Christ, but becomes clearer in Paul's commentary.
Which words?
Specifically, the idea of what Christ is doing is to bring about a great, like, to me, the gospel is about making everything which was already true more true. So we were already children of God, but it's to make us more children of God. We already have the Spirit of God, but it's the giving of the Spirit. Even the language in which it occurs, it's supposed to be, it's what God does in creation. It's like, even that language that Christians use, a new creation, is the idea is not, it's, which Christians don't know, is that Christians think that this is a new thing. But to me, it's a re-establishment of something which was already true.
There's nothing new under the sun.
Right. Is that the idea, and why I still think, like, I see so much beauty in Christianity and see the story coming to an apex, is this idea that these truths become, that they gather together and are restated in my life in a deeper way. The idea that I do think, I don't think I'm missing out on that image or missing out on being a son. Like, I do think that occurs.
So you believe that you are a son of God the same way Jesus was?
I believe that so the whole idea, which is the marital stuff, is that it's adoption and marriage, is you get brought in to the family.
See,
because
the adoption I don't like. This is what bothers me with Paul's idea of adoption and grafting. No.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
No, because it assumes that you were not, if you were not part of this tree, which tree were you a part of? If you're being adopted, who was your father? How can you be adopted into the family of the one God? Who gave birth to you?
Right.
That's what bothers me. Is what it says about Judaism's relationship with Gentiles, because Christianity will say before the veil ripped, right, like John has it, they will make it sound like God didn't love the Gentiles.
So I believe he does, but God definitely loves the Gentiles. But there's an expression in what is it? Heiser is big on this. Like the Deuteronomy 32 at Babel and all this other literature, especially in the Second Temple literature. What they talk about is that God, the other Elohim, the other spirits, which are angelic beings, is he disinherits the nations. Is he puts them under lesser Elohim.
Okay.
This is the image, is that he puts them under lesser Elohim, but he enters into a personal relationship with Israel.
Right.
So the 70 nations, which corresponds to the children of Israel, and if you look at that number corresponds with the children of Israel going into
70,
Egypt
right,
originally, but is also
I'm not going to mince words.
yeah.
It says that Israel will be a nation of priests, and it
Right,
says
right.
that the other nations are going to have their relationship through Israel. Right, they're going to
Right.
hang on to a Jew's tzitzit,
Right.
and say, "Let us go with you." And
Right. And that much like that woman that we find
Right.
healing from what we've been impure from.
and look, I am saying I will not. I don't have this egalitarian view that the relationship of a Gentile is exactly the same as the relationship
Right.
of Israel. If you want to
Right.
have Israel's relationship, this is the thing. The word Hebrew, you can convert. And this has actually been the reason why the Noahide movement hasn't been able to really grow as it would have, because a lot of people, Noahides, decide, I want to be Israel, and we let them be Israel. Right? You can become a
Right.
priest. You can gain
Right.
that ordination, but it is an ordination. It is something
Right.
special. It is you. If you want to lead, you have to serve, like Jesus says, right?
Right.
And it is a service that's optional. That doesn't mean God doesn't love you,
Right.
but
Right.
it is a special service, and there is a difference between Jew and Gentile in Christ.
Well, and I think the image is essentially that we are, for lack of a better term, it is the story of the prodigal son, right? This idea that humanity as a whole, we're all children. Paul even says that, as your own prophets say, we are all his children, right? This idea that we are all God's children, but we enter into such a negative relationship with our Father that we by our own desires leave the family, and that there is
And I would welcome you back.
On our Father's dime,
do you accept the covenant of Noah in your heart today?
Let me tell you, as a result of the Noahic covenant and the New Testament reiteration of it in
Acts 15,
I will never have blood sausage, black pudding, despite the fact that I am open in my palate to very random crazy things. Like if I get offered a sheep's eyeball, sure, but blood, no. No, we were told specifically, repeatedly, no blood.
That's and this is what I hope will happen. But I have to add, you were told repeatedly, no other gods.
Mm-hmm. Do I?
God, our Father, is the only God. There is only one God.
So, is there any possibility for you that as Rabbi Akiva believed, is it possible that the Messiah could be the Shekinah? Is that possible?
That the Messiah will embody God on earth is clear, in my opinion.
Okay, it is clear. but not.
But he will not be God. Exactly like David embodied God on earth, incarnated him, as all 7 of the shepherds did.
Right.
And in fact, all of us will.
Can I ask, what would happen? What would happen if a human being never breaks Torah?
If
Would that be different than a David who was David? One of the reasons
that human would have to eat manna, because that human would have to never go to the bathroom.
Okay. That's good. I like that. I'm gonna have to think about that one for a little bit. Right, because any contact with something impure would make you impure.
And that human, in fact, would constantly have to be with his wife. Because, like Genesis 1 says, right? And this is one of the very few places where it says what characteristics of God are. It says he created it in the image of God, male and female, he created them. Right? That is a necessary part of being in the image of God.
So I've wondered about this myself as I've been thinking about it, is that I think that reference to human beings being one is also a reference to the child that they have. Because the child is literally the one flesh of so
when a man and woman create a child, they are in a very real sense being God.
Right. As which I think is what Eve is even saying when she gives Cain the name. She's saying we've become co-creators with God. Like I've made a man with Yahweh. We did. This is weird. I've made a person.
The Talmud says there are three partners in the birth of every child: the mother, the father, and Hashem.
Right. And so as we're having that conversation, that image of what is implied in Genesis 2, where it's talking about, is it Genesis 2 where it says? No, it is Genesis 1.
Yeah.
No, Genesis 2 is where the poem is. Okay, never mind. It's within 1 and 2. The conversation where the image is the two is two that are one. It is that image of God's image is multiple being one, is it not?
I'm just gonna look up the verse because I don't want to, but I'm pretty sure. Let me see. Okay, this is Genesis 1:26. Vayomer Elokim na'aseh Adam betzalmenu kidmutenu ve'yir. No, that's not it. Sorry. Hold on. Let me look this up. Genesis 1.
Yeah, it's 27.
It's 27.
So God created man it's 127. So God created man in his own image. In the image
Male
of God,
and
he
female,
created.
Right.
He created
127. Ve'yivra Elokim et ha'adam betzalmo, betzelem Elokim bara oto, zachar unekeva bara otam.
So do you find it at all problematic that God is the image of God is described as unified
male and female
separate people? Yeah,
not at all.
That it's
look, how does a human being? When is a human being most godlike?
Right.
When they, I mean, I tell this story all the time because it was just so shocking to me. My nephew was almost 2. Oh no, he was just 1. He hadn't started walking yet. He pulled himself up on a table and he looked at me and my sister. And I looked at my sister and I said, he was 1 cell in your body. One cell
Yeah.
in her
Yeah.
body.
Yeah.
One.
Yeah. Yeah.
And and to say that the most godly thing we can do is in no way surprising to me.
Yeah, let's even go crazier with that. It's one cell that only has half the information it needs. It's not
Right.
even the full information. It's you had
Your wife takes
right.
half a cell from
Right.
you
Right.
into her
Uh,
body, and from that creates
yeah. Yeah. Right.
it.
Well, what is
It is
yeah.
like if
Yeah, Frankenstein has nothing on that. Yeah. The idea that that's playing God, it's just like, dude, barely. Um, but so this is the thing that I'm wondering, though,
yeah.
in this idea that the one flesh is also possibly referring to the child, is the image of God three?
No,
Is that
no. The image of
so?
God, the image of God is not able to be fully. That's the problem, because we are
Right,
finite, right? And God had to split us into two, right?
right,
So that's why echad miyodea is so important, right? Because
right,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the one and the many is so important. And that's why the three canonical parts, right? That number three,
right,
and frankly, if you ask me, I think Jesus was saying that when he said, before the rooster crows, you will betray me 3 times. I think Jesus was actually talking about the Trinity there. Not as a joke. Seriously. I think
Okay,
Jesus was talking about the Trinity because it is a threefold betrayal of who Jesus was.
okay. So I'm wondering. I'd be interested in your response to Benjamin Summers' work on the bodies of God. It's a really long commitment, but let me tell you, if you're going to be dealing with Christians, they're as they learn more, they're sooner or later
I
going
I
to
have to tell
bring
you
him up.
the
Yeah,
problem I think Jews have had in their discussion with Christians
right,
is we allow this to get so far away from what every child understands. One is not three, right? And if
hmm
so, this really gets me about Christians. They will say that the Trinity is a mystery revealed by God, and
right,
then they will explain the fact that it's nowhere in the Bible by, oh, it was logically necessary for us to come up with it. Why did
right,
God not actually in why did Jesus, who you're telling me is your God, right?
right.
Why didn't he give a parable, right? Why didn't he say
Oh,
like water becomes steam and ice,
right,
right? He he didn't even give a parable.
right. So when I think about it, I think about um, I gave you the cloud rider is divine, but also this idea that Yahweh sends Yahweh, and Yahweh will speak to Yahweh, and so it'll be like in what's it called? Yeah, let me pull it
So
up.
yeah, in Abraham they say that
Yeah,
Havaya rained down Me'et Havaya, right?
right,
The
right,
problem there is the direct object marker in the Hebrew.
right.
And the direct object marker doesn't translate to English very well.
Yeah,
The way I translate it is from and with God. So I translate that
okay,
verse that the Lord rained down from and with the Lord. That direct object marker, unfortunately,
what
is.
wouldn't that be a lamed or a bait in order to do that instead of a hey?
What do you mean? No. It's not a hey. It's the et, right? So here,
Okay.
let's look at the verse.
Sorry, I was thinking of the direct object marker is the...
No, that's et, which is aleph and tough, right?
Okay.
So,
oh, okay.
right?
Okay.
Yeah, what Rabbi Akiva says, everywhere that shows up, actually Rabbi Akiva was Doresh, right? That every time that shows up, it's kind of like an ellipses, that there's something God isn't saying, right? So it says, Bereshit bara Elokim et hashamayim ve'et haaretz, right? So he created other things as well, but it's not telling us. And the story in the Talmud is until he got to Va'avta et Hashem Elokecha, and that's when he stopped. Until somebody explained to him that et includes the Talmud Chacham, that includes the rabbi who actually, and you have to love him, right? The rabbi who teaches, right, is something other than God that is representing God, right? So this idea of agency, that we as human beings can embody godliness, that's pure Judaism. It's pure Judaism. The problem is when you turn that person into an idol.
Okay.
And that person becomes everything and becomes God himself. And that's why the human being had to be split into two. And that's also why I would say we don't discuss the pornographic.
Okay. Yeah. Which, sorry, I know that
No. I completely understand. No,
right.
But
it's just
but
I was trying to unite
no. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that, look, in our lives, right? So why wouldn't we celebrate the fact that a husband and wife are making a child? Let's do it out in front of everybody.
Right.
Why don't we celebrate it?
Even I don't know if you'd agree with this, but the original expression for the Tanakh being inspired was to say that it dirtied the hands. It's almost like like exactly what we're saying. It's interesting that this thing that's the most godlike thing imaginable is also every single language has dirty words associated with it. That it is like that notion of the sub, like the, what I mean is the heaviness,
right?
The intensity of it almost makes it
something that is meant to be kept
right,
separate and holy, and you don't want to rip that veil. The Kodesh Kedoshim.
No, you want
right. You don't want the veil. The veil, the curtain needs to be there of the Holy of Holies. There needs to be, and we were discussing this on my Discord server. There needs to be concentric circles and emanations and this idea of levels and grades. And this is another thing which I think Christianity gets really, really wrong. Except for in 1 Corinthians 12. In 1 Corinthians 12, there, I actually think it was Sosthenes who wrote it, not Paul, but that's my prejudice. It explains a very important idea within Judaism, which is if the ears, where be the hearing, right?
I really hope you're going to say the exact same thing that I'm going to. That the place where he goes, the reason why he says feet last in it, and then starts talking about unpresentable parts, is that he's talking about circumcision. He's saying this is the brilliance of God, is he takes this thing that we associate with as the dirtiest part and the worst, and he says that's where the mark of my covenant is going to be. The mark of my covenant is not going to be on your favorite bit. It's going to be on the bit that we think is dirty and we think we can't bring God into. But that's, that initially came, honestly, I was able to see that because a rabbi was explaining to me why circumcision. Why here? He explains it to me, And then I read Paul and I'm like, I have heard dozens of sermons on that chapter and no one wants to say what it's about. They
Well,
do everything they can
because
not to.
in a different place, Paul says circumcision is nothing.
Right.
You know, in another place, he calls the Torah garbage.
Right. Right.
In another place, he says Moses was wearing a veil to hide the dimming of the light. So
yeah, there is, I think, so we're drifting very far off of any other kind of conversation because there's other verses where, in my opinion, it seems like Yahweh is presented twice as
I am 99.999% sure that if you look in all of those verses, you will find a direct object marker.
Okay. Then I mean maybe we could continue this conversation in a different way. But I wonder what God initially wants from the people and then his concession because of some kind of a failure that occurs with the people and God works with.
So I have a video on the root Nachem, right? Because it says, in many places it says that God is Nahum, right? That God is Nachem. That God, and literally that word means to have mercy upon, right? Mm-hmm. Menachem means somebody who right, gives comfort to. The places where it talks about God changing his mind, it says Yitnachem. It's in the Hitpael, in the reflexive form. So, and for me, what that explains is we can arouse a change in God, right? Keilu, as if it were, because obviously it says Ani Havaya Lo Shaniti, right? I have not changed. But it also says Ehyeh Asher Ehyeh, I am becoming that which I am becoming. It is through this us causing God to have mercy upon us. And again, I have a video why is the Trinity love, right? Where this idea that God loves Jesus is somehow love. Well, that can't be love if it's not for another. So the story of the Tanakh is in fact God giving to those who are unworthy. So if Jesus is actually worthy, if Jesus is God, if Jesus is perfect, then it fails. The story fails. It is only Jesus being imperfect, but willing to die as an imperfect person to himself and do what God wants him to do, that you actually have love, which is for the love for another. And what is the greatest love? It is to give to that which is undeserving, right? To give to somebody who is deserving is not love.
Right. I understand what the perspective is there, but I think receiving mercy, without a doubt, comes only to those who are undeserving. But I don't know if I would say that love is only really love to the undeserving.
The way you know that it's love, as opposed to justice, is that it is to the undeserving. Because if that person deserves it, then it might be that he deserves it, right? So this is like the story of Moses when he kills the Egyptian and then he doesn't kill the two slaves.
Right.
That's how you see that he wasn't just trying to kill someone. He wasn't just a murderer, right?
Right. He's not that's not what he's like.
The first one is you see that he's willing to give up everything in order to protect somebody weaker. The second time it shows he's not just a murderer. He's not just somebody who hated that Egyptian. It's somebody, he
Right.
is somebody, and that's how we know that he is worthy to be Moses.
Okay. Yeah.
And in a similar way, when you give to your, so just like marriage, right? The ketubah of a marriage. How do you,
Yeah.
why do you have a ketubah? Not because of, if you're always going to be in love, right? Why do you need a contract? You don't
Right.
need a contract. You don't need a ketubah. You don't need a
Right.
brit.
Right.
You need it for that time when, no, I don't love you feel like I love you anymore, at least at this moment. And I am still
Right,
bound
right.
to you.
Right. Right.
That's the demonstration of God's love.
Okay, I feel like you were coming out of something in order to talk about that. I'm trying to go back just a little bit because there was something within that that really rose up in me while you were talking about it. Apparently not that important.
And I mean, you might, by the way, anybody who's watching, if you guys want to include something, if you guys want to ask any questions, we at one point apparently we had 6 people watching, which is pretty large
Wow.
for my channel.
No, that's all right. That's
Yeah.
okay. And as I was saying before, I do also, I hope you saw it as very sincere, is I looked forward to having this conversation with you regardless of how many other people watch
Yeah,
it, because I do think
I
there's a lot
actually,
of value in.
I kind of figured you had your own channel or something. I just imagined that.
I do. I have one video on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, when you said
where
you weren't
where
recording
I-
it, I'm like, well, let's put it on my channel. Let's have a discussion. And
where I quote that,
yeah.
I quote the one chapter of Corinthians that you were saying. I like that chapter.
For
It's a good
First Corinthians 12,
Yeah.
so that is the earliest written. That is the earliest written version of that Jewish teaching that I've been able to find. Is that in First Corinthians? That's the interesting, and the other, the concept of a temple not made with hands. The earliest
Yes.
writing I've been able to find, which talks about it, is Hebrews. So Hebrews,
Wow, okay,
actually assumes that this is a concept, and the Talmud assumes that this is a concept. It's a concept in Jewish tradition that's not actually found anywhere in Tanakh. So I would never bring it up with Christians until I saw it in Hebrews, and I'm like, oh, here it is. So that So 1 Corinthians 12 is one of the things I quote a lot. There are places in Paul that I quote because let's put it this way. I don't think Paul is bad enough that every single word he said is bad. Like
that's so kind. I appreciate it so much.
I'm not. No, I don't.
And let me
I don't
tell
reject
you,
things because they are by Paul. I reject things Paul says because they are wrong.
Well, and I feel that I didn't So, okay, let me see if I can get back to that after. I feel that I was really frustrated when I first started learning rabbinic material because I was just like, how is that rabbi pulling that out of that passage? That is ridiculous. That is not in that passage. And that is how, as I learned scripture more, I felt about Paul. So when I said that I treat Paul like rabbinic commentary, I mean it in that way, that like, you're like,
it's not just Paul. Matthew does similar things.
What the heck is he getting at?
Matthew does similar things, so...
And when I learned Midrash, it was like that too, right? It's just like, it tells you this long story, and then it says, and that's why it said he died in front of his father Terah. And I'm like, what?
So that's the thing. We keep a very strong separation, right?
Right,
so,
right, between that which is Midrash
and which is Peshat, and that which is, because it's necessary to, because yes, we as human beings have different ways of explaining things, and yes, that's fine, but you can't use that as a proof. That's why I call Hebrews a theological crime scene. It is.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think we could get into it more. That idea of God meeting us where we're at. I'm able to trace myself back now. This idea that I don't know if you'd agree with me on this pattern, which I kind of see, is that God wants Moses to be also the head of the priesthood.
No. See,
And
that's so.
you don't think so?
So Moses. So that's one of the things I harp on is this idea of separation of powers within Judaism.
Right.
Right. And that's actually why the Book of Hasmoneans wasn't allowed into the Jewish Bible. Is because what the Maccabees tried to do was to, as priests, they were Kohanim, tried to take over the kingship, and there are kings who tried to take over the priesthood for themselves, and that's not allowed, right? The position of prophet, priest, and king have to be separate.
Right. Okay. So, what about let's leave alone what the New Testament does with it, okay?
Okay.
The first introduction of a priest is a priest king.
The first introduction... Oh, you mean Melchizedek?
Oh, sorry. They mentioned the other kings first, don't they? Yeah, they mentioned the other kings first. Sorry. But it's within the story of the...
And, I mean, this idea that, because Abraham brought things to Melchizedek, that somehow makes Melchizedek greater than Abraham. Well, Jesus brought offerings to the temple. Why doesn't that make the priests he gave them to greater than him? So a priest. I said
let's not do. Yeah. I said let's not do what get into the New Testament thing, because there's conversations that I'd be interested in having.
Yeah.
But this introduction of a positive figure who gets reiterated as a positive figure later in Tanakh, and also within rabbinic literature, even gets noted as a possible messianic figure. Not a different
messianic figure. Look, Cyrus is called Mashiach Havaya.
Yeah, no. I'm admitting that. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is the priesthood that was considered a messianic priesthood was not the Aaronic priesthood. That's not stated. Within the rabbinic material, they believed that in the four archetypes, the priestly one is Melchizedek. That's the priestly Messiah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So again, he's a priest king. David does a couple of very, very priestly things. Possibly
putting on the ephod. I've heard this stuff. The problem with it is is you take one container and you try to put everything into it.
Right. And if that container isn't God, I don't think it can hold it, could it?
I don't think any container can hold everything. That's the whole point. That's, we realize that God is beyond the finite.
Yeah, so I feel that we keep on coming to this impasse, and I understand you're going to put it on me. That's totally fine. I don't see it as impossible for that to be perfectly embodied in a human being.
A male?
And so
a single male, not married?
He is married.
He's married to a church. Well, see,
right.
So this is the thing. This is the thing. You're then taking it out, right? First, it has to be literal. He's a person. Then it has to be be literal. It doesn't work. It's not within the story, right? Within the story of God and Israel, right? There's an disembodied God who is in a sense, our husband, right?
Right.
And in the sense of two human beings marrying, right? It becomes actually physical and finite.
Right.
And
Right.
what Christianity does is doesn't work.
Well, and this to me is also an interesting idea, as even the idea of the infinite is to say what it isn't, right? It is not finite,
God, so
right?
this is part of the reason you'll notice a lot
Right.
of Protestants have deliberately started saying the name of God, and like they say it over and over again, right?
Right,
And
right.
why do they do that? Because they realize that if that's ineffable, if God the Father is ineffable, then you shouldn't even say the name of Jesus. Why are you saying Jesus?
Right. For me, personally, I say the name because the text says the name. And so when I read it, I'm like, oh, there it
That the
is.
text in several places says things which we don't read, including
Right.
there are places where people are going to the
Or,
bathroom.
right, right. Bless God and die. Bless God and die. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
that's one of.
yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. So there is the euphemism, but there's also
Yeah.
the difference between the katav and the kri, right? What's
Right.
written and we don't say, right?
Right. Yeah.
Um,
If Chris actually goes through all of this material in Job, in his very favorite book in Job, when it says "curse God and die," is it literally in the text says "bless God and die," and that it is stated. It's basically pretty much clear that the scribe doesn't even want to write the words "curse God and die." That he sees that
yeah.
as separate. Would that be? Yeah.
Yeah, look,
So,
this
so to
this
prevent the
this
guy from doing that.
ineffable nature of
Yeah.
God, right? This
Right.
ineffability of God, it's not something that came up after Jesus, right?
Yes, and so this is actually, I think, Jesus is the way of Christians are trying to solve this problem, and the problem is that if I if I'm talking to you, there's something in between us that makes it so that you can receive what I'm saying. That there's too many thoughts in my brain, there's too much going on, and so what do, right? And I'm going to use an old Jewish idea of it, which is I create something in between the two of us, which is I
I
physically manifest
speak,
a word.
right? Yeah, and
And
that
that
is
word,
creation, right?
right, and that word is literally moves to you through my breath, my spirit,
Right.
right? So the spirit then goes to you, and so
But it's not
you
you.
receive that word that was actually right, right. It's a representation of these things in my
It is
mind
something
that would,
dependent on
yeah,
you. It is a person in, and the persons are
right,
not
right,
God. God
right,
is ase. That's how I put it. God is ase.
right,
And with the monarchical trinity, Christians are getting
right.
closer to it, right? Where they recognize that only the Father is truly God, and they don't. This is the Eastern Orthodox will not make icons of the Father.
Right, right. That's an interesting idea. Would you be so? The I know it's your least favorite of the Gospels, but
John.
yeah, 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 yeah. But I do think in this whole conversation, the memra, the word, is presented as God physically God physically manifest with a role in salvation is the
So
way that the word seems to appear.
I believe this is from a midrash, but
Yeah.
there's this
Oh, sorry,
place.
the targums. I mean,
Well, no, no,
it's
no.
used.
I'm talking about some. I'm going to introduce
Okay.
something
Okay.
where I forget who the rabbi is, but says these foolish Babylonians, they stand for the Torah scroll, and they don't stand for the teacher who knows the Torah and lives the
Hmm.
Torah, right?
Hmm.
So in a very real sense, we as human beings, when we learn
Right.
God's Torah, when we enact God's Torah, we become a representation and an embodiment of his word, right?
Right. Right. Yep.
And in a sense, so my possible idea is it's possible that there was a Jewish text behind the Gospel of John and the Johannine stuff that was later edited to because some of the stuff in there is just so obviously bad. Like he has Jews saying we were never slaves. And the first time I saw that, I'm like, did this person ever make Kiddush? Was this person ever at Passover? How are these representatives of Jews saying we were never slaves? It's the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard.
Yeah, there's some serious questions within that. As one of the things that I feel is like Passover attracted me is this idea that every single year we get together and we say, we are slaves. We are freed slaves. That is who we are. Right?
In Psalms, it says, Ani avdecha ben amatecha. I am your slave, right? Avdecha. Ben amatecha. The son of your female slave. Meaning, my mother was your slave. I was born into slavery, right? It's not, you know, if I am, people don't really believe me, and sometimes they say, why would you say such a thing? If it was up to me, I would not choose to be born Jewish. I really would not, at all. Especially because the life I lead, like, I'm not leading a very Jewish life. But it's what God has put on me. It's a service that God has put on me that I have to serve him in however way he wants. Right?
Right.
And for me, this attempt to understand, so it's fun. It's so funny that sometimes Jesus says these things so purely. He says, "Don't be like the Gentiles, that they lord their leadership over other people."
Right.
If you want to lead, serve. Right?
Right.
And that subversion has to be there, right? It's that the people who were looked down upon throughout history, right, are the ones who are going to, in fact, be the servants in the temple,
right?
Because they were servants before the temple,
right?
And I think if you look at the history of the world, you have to recognize, look, who actually lived that life? Was it the Christian church that lived the life of, you know, service to the rest of humanity? Right. I don't think so. There were certainly Christians who did, and there have been Muslims who did.
So,
but
in many ways, I think this also again brings us back to what I was saying was the main salvific image is Abel and Joseph.
Right.
Is that these are men of righteousness. They don't. I think it's one of the things that turns me off of the Davidic messianic figure is that the way that I say it is if you're reading through Genesis and you're going to pick who can babysit someone that you love, who do you pick? You pick Joseph. That's about it.
And David was not allowed to build the temple.
Right, for that reason, right?
David,
and even there's a couple of things which it's just like it's so interesting because Joseph is not a patriarch, and if you could pick a patriarch to look after your teenage daughter while you're gone, right? Like who do you pick? You know what I mean? Like there's to a certain extent, and honestly, again, like I'm not saying we are, you know, we're just men. I get it. But Joseph, to me, he becomes this savior figure to the whole world that it is, he is able to bear, he's able to bear that and still be righteous and be able to forgive even the people who did this to him, and is able to extend that. So, and
One thing I will add, though,
yeah,
is Joseph had to be the child who was not who was pissing off his brothers. He wasn't perfect.
Pissing off his brother.
He wasn't perfect.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Joseph,
though,
even though being righteous, when you read the Bible, right, he's a tattletale to his father.
Right. Well, and it's I mean, is the Bible's policy on that snitches get stitches? Is that the policy, or is that, like, I've heard this, and I get, because I believe that, he's a human being. I believe he sinned. And none of that business. But he does. I don't know if I think that that's bad. I mean, I know that that's annoying. I know I don't like it.
Every single figure, when you're reading the Bible, every single figure is imperfect. To be human is to be imperfect.
Possibly Joseph practices divination as well, because there's it's a little bit this is my cup with I used divination, like he.
So I mean, the fact is, the Jewish stories in the Bible, is an understanding of human beings failing to live up to God's expectations. That's the constant story. And turning Jesus into this perfect person who, it's just a Greek god. That's what they turned him into. They turned him into the son of Zeus, right? Born of a virgin, asexual, not married, no children. They have turned Jesus into an idol.
So, I would disagree with the Greek image of it, but for those who have not heard them, you probably know this story, but it was one of my favorite when I first heard it in synagogue. Was in a lot of midrashic material, they try to make it so that the patriarchs are always following Torah, even though Torah has not been given yet. And
I mean, yes, there is that idea. And
I have a favorite version of it, which is like made me laugh so much, which is, it says that Isaac loved the roasted meat, the game that Esau would hunt for him.
Right.
But if you shoot an animal, a deer or a goat,
not kosher.
It's not kosher. So how do you make it so that he followed Torah? Do you know what the answer is? It's my favorite.
I haven't heard this one yet.
Esau was such a good shot.
That
from 100 yards away.
He shafted it? Yeah.
And maybe that's why Jacob was so scared of him.
So
is because his brother could slit a throat from 100 yards away.
These midrashic understandings. This is the thing. Within Judaism, we realize that this is midrash, right? Ultimately, we realize there's, and unfortunately, I think because Christianity needs to lie to itself, it refuses to emphasize this difference between Pshat and Midrash.
So what do you think what is the reason then that it doesn't seem to be a midrash for anyone but Jesus? It's not a midrash for his followers. Like, in the way that midrash makes it so that, Abram brings out roasted meat and curd to the angels, but obviously he doesn't eat them.
This is the number one question I get from Christians. It says in the Talmud, whoever says David sinned, is wrong.
Right.
And the thing is, like, have you read the Bible?
Right.
Right? Whoever says
Mm-hmm.
David sinned is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
First, you have to understand, it doesn't say David never sinned. It says whoever says David sinned is wrong.
Okay. So
Second,
it's not to...
Second, it says that David, in fact, was repentant. He was a repentant sinner. And so we have this idea of a humility, of understanding the humanity, right? And there's another point to it as well, which is the Bible has to be something that when that guy in Las Vegas who just spent money he didn't have on hookers and blow and gambled away the rest goes back to his hotel room, is crushed, and opens up that Bible and reads it, it speaks to him, while at the same time that same text has to speak to that rabbi who was born the son of a rabbi and spent his whole life, right?
Right.
And
memorizing,
at the age of 90 is reading that same text, right?
Right.
And in order for it to speak to everyone, one of the things it must do is explain the sins of those great people,
Right.
like
Even
David,
the great people.
in words that that guy in Las Vegas can hear and apply to his own life. So one of the things we say is that when the Bible describes the sins of great people, and so on a pshat level, you take a look at it and you see they're behaving horribly. They're murderers, adulterers. They're
Right.
But when you look at it closely and you know,
Right.
that 90th
It's a book for
time,
you. It's a book for you. Yeah.
that 90th time, you can see how, oh, this was the tiniest of sins, but it was still a sin that because of who David was, God described it the same way that the person who is addicted to hookers and blow sees. Because God's justice is infinite.
Yeah, so I think I agreed with everything that you were saying within that. I wonder, and maybe this is for a longer, I keep on saying a longer conversation as though we have not talked for 3 hours.
Has it been 3 hours? It's been 3 hours.
Yeah, because I started eating because it was like, it's 7:30 now over here.
I do have to tell you at 5, I do have to go.
So. Okay, I completely accept. Yeah. I'm wondering, is it just what Moses Maimonides was saying with the laws of kings and war, that one of the reasons why I can't shut up about Joseph, which, by the way, I have no idea why Christians wouldn't shut up about Jesus as Davidic Messiah. Like, they just wouldn't shut up about it. And they didn't know that there was a non-Davidic Messiah. I think that's the number one. If you say to them, there's more than one Messiah, they'd be like, what? What are you talking about? Right? It would utterly confuse them. But the Joseph Messiah, I really do think, is the whole book of Genesis. Is that it is the question which is answered, the question which is asked about how the serpent's head is crushed. What do you do? How do we solve this problem? Because how do you make Abel the hero? Right? Because Abel is killed. How is Abel the hero? And the answer is Joseph, right? And to me, it's the answer is also Jesus, right?
I think that the answer is Abel himself. Look, God lets Abel die so that so that it is possible for Cain to repent.
It's more than that though, because with Joseph, he is brought into the position, literally ruling the world, that the leader of Egypt, right, like a symbol of evil, is hands over his power, the power of the world, and the ability to sustain the people with food is given to him through just him being righteous in the midst of suffering, right? That to me is why it's more than just Abel. It's Abel. I mean, maybe there's a whole bunch of midrashes about a whole bunch of other great stuff he did, but Joseph does such a great thing, which is one of the reasons why I'm really trying to wrap my head around what you think the great thing Messiah ben Yosef did for Gentiles, because the idea is that the messianic figures, they're bigger than the thing that they're coming from. So what is the thing bigger that Joseph is going to achieve, if not? And what did Jesus achieve if he is that Josephite Messiah?
Obadiah 118, I think it is. Obadiah, I guess you guys call it.
Yeah.
So it's and
isn't it amazing how we took Middle Eastern names and made them sound like they come from the southern U.S.?
Yeah.
Isn't that great?
I want to say it's either 117 or 118. Yeah, it's 118. והיה בית יעקב אש, ובית יוסף להבה, ובית עשיו לקש, ודלקו בהם ואוכלום, ולא יהיה שריד לבית עשיו, כי הוויה דיבר. So, and the house of Jacob shall be as a flame, and the house of Joseph shall be as a fire, and the house of Esav, which in rabbinic literature is Edom, which is Rome, right, will be as straw, and they shall kindle it and devour it, and there shall not be a sarid, a surviving part of the house of Esav, because God spoke, right? Mm-hmm. So it says Beit Yosef is going to be the lahava, right? So in my understanding, what happens is that as a fire, Jesus kindles the Roman Empire and takes over it and collapses it. And that is what allows then, when Mashiach ben David comes, right, for everyone to recognize this concept of Mashiach ben David, right?
Right.
And that preparation for the world, and this goes along with David being Malchut, right, which again has nothing of itself, but receives from all the rest of the Partsuf, right, the Sefirot, and receives it and reflects it back, right? Takes that one seed and turns it into a person, right?
Right.
And that's what Mashiach ben David will do. Even though Yosef is Yesod, which is the middle pillar, right? The middle pillar right above. So you have the 9, right? And it's right above Malchut. It's receiving from the other 8 and handing over to Malchut.
Okay. Right. So then it would. Okay. I don't want to get into too much of that because, again, that might be, as you described earlier, pornographic.
But you see how it is. And look, it's something that goes beyond just, because it has to start with Chokhmah and Bina, right? Coming together at Da'at, right? It has to start with Chesed and Gevurah coming together at beauty. And then Netzach and Hod coming together at Yesod, and
Right.
finally being delivered to Malchut from all of them, actually. And it's a beautiful analogy, and there's a reason why it's pornographic. It's
Right. Right.
something that needs
In
to be, it needs to be hidden and then revealed.
Right, right. That it's actually, as we were saying before, its holiness is so much that it, like Scripture, makes the hands
and
dirty.
and
It's
when
the
and when
kavod.
and when Mashiach ben David comes, then the whole world will be covered with da'at, and again da'at, right? Like Adam knew his wife, it will be filled with da'at as the waters cover the sea.
Right.
So that is the final revelation of Malchut, which takes from a higher level and becomes the keter, becomes the crown of the next level of worlds, right? So that's
Okay.
how Malchut goes from being Malchut, which has nothing and
Mhm.
is receiving, becomes Keter of the next world, meaning he will be the king of everything.
So in the so I understand how I would do that with Jesus
Mm.
as a believer that Jesus is God. I'm wondering what does that look like when the conversation, specifically within the rabbinic material, has David Amelech coming immediately after, like that he's
So,
immediately there.
yeah, I mean, they've. I've actually looked for where this immediate comes from.
Right.
And like Jesus says, no one knows the hour.
Right.
And
Right.
and
Right.
we've been very clear about this,
Yeah.
that kalu kol hakitzin, that all the things necessary have already finished, and the only thing that is left is teshuvah, is repentance,
Right.
right?
Right.
It really feels to me like when you say kalu kol hakitzin, right? All the spiritual work has been done, that it has
Right.
in fact been done, and
Yeah.
it's the repentance which is necessary, which is
Right.
when Malchut becomes the Keter.
Do you think that Jews should read the New Testament because you're seeing within it this Messiah ben Yosef
I don't think
character?
all Jews should, because I think Mashiach ben Yosef did not open his mouth.
Okay, so it would be
I think that it
it's
is it
yeah,
is something it is something that has sparks of holiness caught into it,
right,
which that vessel needs to be shattered so that the
right.
sparks of holiness can be freed from it. But ultimately, Jesus did not leave. He didn't open his mouth.
Right. Yeah. He's the like Devar, the word, but not the writing. Would that be fair?
He's yeah. He's not the one. He's the one who dies and has to be resurrected.
It's
He's
yeah. I'm wondering, connecting that also even with, for those who don't know, you need 10 in order to have.
a
I'm saying
minion.
this as though it's not just you and me talking. Okay, that you need 10, but that if you have 9, in order to have enough for service,
Right.
you have 10. But if you have 9, the scroll stands in for the 10th person.
Some people do that.
Right.
And right. I mean, the 10th ultimately. Yeah, it's it's funny. I had never really thought of it that way. But yeah,
Yeah.
Malchut. So Malchut is the cracked vessel, and it has nothing of itself. Um,
Okay.
but ultimately it becomes Keter. Malchut becomes Keter. That's eventually Malchut becomes Keter.
Yeah. I think we should call it there.
Okay.
It's interesting because, I mean, maybe you're not going to like this, but I do think that there's a way that if Christians are willing to try to understand what the hell we're talking about, I think that there is a lot there that I think you could still be a Christian and get a lot out of the topics which we covered.
I think there's a lot you can get as a Christian, but ultimately, when it comes down to
But
it,
you're just like, come on,
it's
Dave, give up the paganism. That's basically it.
look, there is a reason why when Jesus was asked, right? I quote
Right.
Mark 12 constantly.
Right. Yeah.
Why did God have to, in fact, and if you're telling me Jesus is God,
Yeah.
then why don't you listen to him?
Right.
Why?
I mean, yeah. I try. I also think that he's the one who said that he's the cloud rider. He says that in
He says
he says that
the
in,
way, the truth, the light. I have no problem with that. Why would I have a problem
right.
with that?
Yeah.
Because look, that we say that as Israel, right? Israel is the light that will guide the entire world.
Could that messianic figure also be the bridegroom? Is that a possibility? The one offering the cup of wine.
So I'm very reluctant to try to collapse everything into one thing. Because ultimately it is that
Yep.
Echad mi yodea. Ultimately the
See,
one is
yeah.
ineffable.
See, it's so interesting that you say that because I found that when I learned a lot of Jewish tradition, I was like, oh, they're trying to combine everything. Because, like, even one of these things that has entered into my mind was that Song of Solomon is the scroll which is read for Passover.
Mm-hmm.
The Passover is seen as in. So for me to unite, for instance, a cup from Passover with the marital cup, to me makes a kind of sense within the traditions that this is the marital cup and
So
the cup of redemption.
when
It's
you
the
were
same.
talking
It's
to
the same thing.
Chris, when I
Yeah.
stopped listening was
Right.
when you talked about the three matzahs being one,
Yeah.
because I understand where the people who taught you that were trying to get to you, which
Mm-hmm.
is on a normal holiday we have shtei halechem, because it says right on Shabbat we have the
On
two
on all
loaves,
days. Yeah. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And the matzah for Passover is broken, so it's not whole, and
Right.
so you have two whole loaves and you have a broken loaf, but
Right.
really you're supposed to there's only two loaves there.
Right.
It's three that is two, not three that is one. But it's part of that is the shvirei haluchot, right? The pieces of the broken tablets, right? There is
Right.
the broken tablets, then there are the tablets that are then given, right? And it's necessary for it. You, if you turn it into one loaf, you no longer
Right.
have the bits and pieces. You no longer have the second piece.
So what you're saying is if I took three pieces of dough and I braided them together to make one loaf for
You wouldn't
like
have a loaf for your holiday, for your Shabbat. It has to be there has to be separate things coming together. I hate that I'm gonna do this, but I'm gonna do this. There's in anime, right? They have they have the Kabbalistic thing where the angels, right, are coming and destroying everything, right?
Yeah.
And so that's a coming together of annihilation, whereas L'Shem Yichud is a coming together of separation, right? So you have Or Makif, you have Or Memale. When we talk about two, you
have the one that is broken up into pieces, and that the goal is to bring them back together again.
And then you have
which is also within certain ideas of Kabbalah, is that I don't know if you ascribe to that they're the pieces of God which are in the world and through mitzvot were uniting bringing back together.
Yeah, so I mean, that's why it's important that you keep the many, that it be Echad mi yodea, Shtayim mi yodea, Shalosh mi yodea, right? 4, who knows 4, who knows 5, who knows 6, and this canonical 3, right?
Right.
We believe in a multi-personal God. We don't believe in
so the 3 is not the issue. The issue is that why not more, and
why
ultimately
because it's
ultimately an expression of
it's ultimately the one and the many, right?
Right. Which is also, I think, a question that Christians are trying to deal with when we're talking about all of our suffering being united into the one as well, of receiving the one Spirit, which is also the Spirit of Christ, which is blah blah blah. Like this is why I'm wondering what a possible evolution of Trinitarian perspective might be, where maybe, like, in this conversation,
if Jesus remains the only begotten Son of God, it doesn't work. If he remains the only begotten Son of God, and especially if it's because he was born of a virgin,
right,
it's completely destroying everything. The virgin birth itself, like the fact he was born of a virgin, it really destroys the whole story. He no longer becomes a human being.
Right, that he feels to you to be not, because he literally doesn't have a father.
Yeah, he's not a human being.
Right. That's interesting too, because that is not. I'm trying to be as honest as I can be, and that includes giving you points. Why possibly 2 of the Gospels does not get into any detail, any of that stuff whatsoever.
And Matthew's Gospel, as the Ebionites had it, apparently did not have the genealogy.
Okay. Yeah, I'm so sorry. In that idea of trying to unite all the stories, originally why we started talking about Pesach was because of the idea that the marital cup, and like that seems to be a bit of the way that it would be read, that it's about the bride. It's about, like, Yahweh, essentially the bridal price is the redemptive price.
See, that's another thing. I don't understand where this redemptive price comes from. It's not a Jewish thing to say God needs to redeem us in that way, right? So there's the Geula and there's the Pidyon, right? But it's not that God needs to pay it. It's that we have nothing of our own, right?
Right.
And
yes.
when you turn Jesus into the perfect person and God,
right,
he's no longer somebody who has nothing of his own. He's no longer the human being that he needs to be Mashiach ben Yosef.
See, it's interesting because as you're talking about, we have nothing of our own, so it has to be given to us. and the idea that the holy items would be purified through, like, I see the atonement not as like cleaning up the sinfulness, but as like a when the blood would be sprinkled onto the items, it was kind of like a restarting. It had some kind of a cleansing function. A lot of Christians throw in a lot of forgiveness stuff into some of those traditions, but I think that, like, there's this image that as the things become unclean, that they can be refurbished through the. We are never going to get.
I would say look at the Yom Kippur liturgy
Right.
and the 10 martyrs. I would say look at that, because this concept of a martyrdom does exist, right? Dying al Kiddush
Right,
Hashem
right.
does exist.
Right.
The problem becomes when 100,000 Jews were killed by the Romans, and suddenly it's Jesus who's the
Right.
only
That's
one.
right.
He's the only one.
on a cross
He is born of a virgin. He is half God. He is. It's a Greek myth. It's not a Jewish myth. It's not Jewish in any way. There is no virgin birth in Judaism. It doesn't exist. Because
So-
Judaism
so
is
you-
about
you
masculine
think
and
that-
feminine.
Yeah. So you would see that Greek influence being put into the actual story, which is very Jewish. That it's the story of a rabbi, but then it gets paganized.
That's and
Yeah,
that is
so
the
I-
story of Mashiach ben Yosef, right? The story of
Yeah,
Mashiach
and-
ben Yosef is that he is betrayed by his own. For me,
Right.
those are
Well,
the disciples. Those
well,
are the
also-
disciples.
Yes. Also, again, trying to support each other here. When he is in his glory, he's in the clothes of a diviner, of Pharaoh, of an Egyptian. They speak Hebrew in front of him, thinking he doesn't understand what they're saying, because
Okay.
they think he's an Egyptian, that he's, and so they start
so
speaking.
they
in
misunderstand, right?
Right. Because he's presented as though he's
Something else. Yeah,
idolatrous.
I had not thought of that.
and so you'll love this. And then, as he's overhearing them in their repentance, he has to leave the room because he's emotionally affected
And he cries out.
by their repentance.
Yeah.
Realizing that they don't understand it. I mean, this is it's difficult, because I don't mean this as any kind of an insult. You think it of me, and I guess I think it of you, of like the recognizing him for what he is, of that he's not seen. One of us is not seeing, right? And so one of us has to see who he actually is. That in our repentance, we would be able to see that.
I think the key has to be, as it always must have been, the key must be that which the Bible makes so clear. The
Right.
most important commandment, as Jesus says, is Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. I always wondered why that has the name Israel in it. Shema
Right.
Yisrael, right? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
But then I saw that verse that 10 people from each nation shall grab onto a Jew and say, "We have heard
Right.
that God is with you."
Yeah.
They have to have heard God is with us. Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, right? It's one God, and that's the revelation that the Trinity is false.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't think this conversation went quite how you thought it would.
No. Look. I tried to keep myself as open as possible, and I tried to even say that. Like, I want to have a conversation, and I think there was. I hope you feel this way as well. That we got to go into it deeper than I felt it was getting into before.
Most people have no idea what I'm talking about when I talk about the Partsufim and stuff like that.
Right,
yeah.
Right. So to even bring them up in a mild way. Look, I'm also not, and I wouldn't even say I'm an expert.
I certainly am not either.
Yeah.
I would not call myself an expert.
Yeah. So no, I'm a very, very big fan. And this kind of reminds me of when the Orthodox and the Catholic get together. They agree that they'll read the Nicene Creed without saying the part that made them split. So like, I'm over here and I understand that my perspective appears as complete paganism to you, and I completely respect that. And I'm just like, I would like us to end on us both being like, yes, the Lord is one. How we define that, I understand that you believe I have an Asherah pole next to the name of the Lord, which I accept. But Jacob, thank you so much for your time.
Sure.
Did you? Was this a load of crap for you, or how was this for you?
No. And I'm actually really happy with this conversation. You certainly helped me sharpen my views and mention things that but honestly, I mean, it seems to me the conversation has been more along the lines of the two of us better understanding what I came into this, which is Jesus may be Mashiach ben Yosef. Christianity is just way off the track. It just is. And I want nothing more than, look, when I would engage with missionaries, which I have since I was a kid. I remember there was once I was a substitute teacher who came to my my school, and he had a Bible, and I was only 12, but he had a Bible on his thing, and I went and I wanted to discuss it with him, and he's like, because I could tell he's a really religious Christian, and I wanted to discuss it with him. Right. And he's like, I can't do this. Your parents would get mad at me. I'm like, I won't tell them. So secretly, right, we discuss it. I end up giving him my phone number. Like, he calls me secretly. We're discussing. Because I've always wanted to find a Christian who's able to convince me that Jesus is the Messiah. Yay! If Jesus is the Messiah, why would I... I would love to find...
That's good news to you,
Yeah, it's good news. If really it has happened. When I started believing that Jesus was Mashiach ben Yosef, I started crying. I cried for a good 3 hours over that.
Yeah.
Because it's like he was so betrayed, most of all, by his own disciples who thought they were doing the right thing. But he had come to the lost sheep. He had come to the lost sheep.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure this out as well. I think that it is an idea that I think religious people do not understand this idea. And it's why I say it as often as I possibly can. This idea that the golden calf, that what they say is this is Elohim.
Right.
This is Yahweh Elohim. This is the God
who brought Israel.
This is the God who brought you out of Egypt.
Right.
And that they still call him by his name. So it's not the desecration of it, to some extent, is that they actually call it by the name.
So I mean, when Moses leaves, right? When Moses is not there to guide them,
Yeah.
they fall into this, and even Aaron participates in it.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, to
I don't know what
me,
you mean, man. I just put the rings in. It came out that way. That's Aaron's response.
yes,
I love the way he says it. I put the rings in, but the
Vayatsa,
cow
yeah,
came out.
right,
I'm sorry. I didn't. This is just what happened. Like
yeah.
it. He doesn't say he makes it. He just. I put it in. It came out. I'm sorry.
It's yeah, and look, ultimately, I think it makes sense in the story, right? Again, like
Right.
Maimonides, and it's funny that he actually says, right there, what human beings thought for evil, like Joseph says to his brothers,
Yeah.
God
You
thought
intended it
for
for
good.
evil. God uses it for good. That's yeah.
Yeah. So Maimonides there says regarding Christianity and Islam that they ultimately, because everything is God's plan,
God will use it for good, no
yeah,
matter what.
yeah, even
Well, and
Christianity.
yes, and also Paul says
Yeah.
that even the rejection of Messiah will be for the redemption of the whole world.
Look, and
He
and
says that.
and Paul says that a demon beset him, right? And he prayed for it to go away, but it's it was a thorn in his side. Look, I hope I don't know how God is going to judge Paul. I have no idea.
Right.
I'm not his
Yeah.
judge. But I think it was necessary for.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody asked me.
Oh,
How.
sorry, Jacob. We have to
Oh,
cut it at
okay,
this
you have to
point
go. Yeah.
because
Okay.
it is you. I have to have dinner. I'm an early eater. I eat at 5. All right,
Okay.
and it is 8 now.
I have to go in 3 minutes. Yeah. So
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay. We'll
So
probably have to do this again.
okay. Thank
Okay.
you so much for your time. Thanks.
Sure.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. So I'm gonna stick around for a few more minutes in case anybody has questions or anything like that. Um, Let me see here if I can actually. So if anybody has. Dominic says, no one outside of Judaism would read the Hebrew Bible if not for Jesus. I agree. And I think, that's what Maimonides says. Yeah, I'm gonna stick around for a couple of more minutes if in case somebody wants to talk, say something. But otherwise, it's been 4 hours. 4 hours. Yeah. Wow. Okay, people, I'm going to give you 3 more minutes. Once we hit the 4 hour, I'm out. So if you have any questions for me, ask now or forever. Hold your peace until my live stream at 6. I'm gonna be out of my voice.